I was watching that. I was almost hoping that the police would step aside and let him go. You know, those type of guys, when you see them doing that, they're like, hold me back. Hold me back, because if you let me go, I'm going to... Go ahead. Go ahead and take on Tom Homan. See what happens. Bunch of pansy, you know what the word would come after that. You want to take on Tom Homan and his boys? Go ahead. Let's see what you do. See, that's where the Democrat Party is right now. All they can do is screech and whine and, you know, all that stuff that they've been doing, because they have absolutely nothing. So today is Wednesday, and the reason why I'm behind in schedule is because, of course, the daughter and the grandkids are coming down. They shall land here tonight. So quick housekeeping. The rest of the week, I'm going to be on a one show per day schedule. I'm going to try and do it every day at about noon to see if I can make that work with it. You know, there's going to be eight people here. The kids are bringing a couple of their friends, so it should just be a fun time down here. So obviously my focus is on them first. I'm figuring I can go live or something when they're out on the beach doing some stuff. Then, come Monday, you'll never have to wonder. You'll never have to never have to ask the question, when's Barry gonna do a show? On Monday, everything changes. I am going to be going live every single weekday, Monday through Friday, at 12 p.m. You can write it down, 12 p.m. And then again at 7 p.m. So 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. And then what I'm going to do is basically, I get the schedule from what Trump's doing early in the morning, and Ashley's going to start scheduling interviews so they fit in those time slots. Usually if Caroline Levitt goes up with a press conference, she goes about 1 o'clock, so I will already be on. And then Trump, he may do something in the afternoon or whatever, and then we'll figure out what we do, if we record it or, you know, whatever we end up doing with it. Lately, none of his signings have been live. He always signs the executive orders and then they release it afterwards, which then we would have at 7 p.m. So, bear with me through this weekend, as my priority is going to be on Ashley and the grandkids and the wife, just having a great vacation with them down here in South Florida. That being said, let's get to today's show. President Trump is scheduled to come out at 5 p.m. and do a 5 o'clock press conference with the, I don't want to call him the president, maybe prime minister. They have this weird word. I don't know what that word is, but the head poopah, the grand poopah of Ireland. And so at 5 p.m., we're going to jump to that. I've got a couple different monitors ready to go when that happens. So, all that housekeeping being said, let's get into the show and what we're going to be talking about today, because I think you guys are going to like this. What we're seeing right now is the Democrats even worse off than they were before. Death spiral. Complete death spiral. Especially with today's news. Today's news was absolutely fantastic. And the reason why it is so fantastic is because the contrast at this point is so easy for everybody to see. It's amazing. So let me show you a couple of things what I'm talking about. Peter St. Ange posted this earlier. Excuse me. Biden's last inflation report before he left was 5.7%. Trump's first inflation report annualized is 2.4. You don't have to be a math wizard to see the contrast. Trump's inflation report is half of what, less than half of what Joe Biden's was at the end of his term, and Trump's been on the job, for a couple, 8 weeks, and he's already broken him. So thus far, just so you people keeping score at home, if you want to tell your lib friends, the inflation, half. Gas prices, down. Oil prices and energy, down. Eggs, down. War, just about done with. And it's been 7 weeks. And what the hell are you people complaining about? You got nothing. Everybody can see it. There's no hiding it at this point going, hey man, this guy really stepped in and took care of some business, didn't he? Oh yeah. And it's only been 7 weeks. I would hate to be in the newsroom of some of these left-wing crazy things because they have to make stuff up when the data smacks you right in the face. When Peter put this together, and this is a percent of changes in the CPI, Consumer Price Index, of all urban consumers, U.S. city average. And you can just see it. All items, food at home, energy, and it's all right there. And the comparison couldn't be starker. So how do you combat that if you're a Democrat? Lie. That's it. That's all you can do is lie because there's nothing else for you to say. When the only message you have is a lie, you're in big trouble. I mean, just stupendous trouble. And it just keeps getting worse for them every single day. They complain about the tariffs, he wins. EU just decided they're going to dump like 50% tariffs. So what? I don't need anything you got. He's going to hit them back as well, and he's going to bring them to their knees. That's the problem these people are having. They don't like the strength that Trump is exhibiting. They don't like masculinity and testosterone. You know, the whole toxic masculinity. Why is Trump punching them so hard? They don't like that Tom Homan has cleaned up the border mess in literally 7 or 8 weeks. It's down to just about zero. How did that happen? I thought Joe Biden said there's nothing I can do. Congress needs to send me something. Well, Trump turned it off. The contrast is too striking. That's why the media at this point has nothing to talk about. They can't, we can't talk about the price of eggs anymore. Nope. How about gas? Nope. Mortgage rate? Nope. Not mortgage rates. Stock market? It's being manipulated, but even that, not really. Border? Nope. Okay, let's lie about some stuff. Because that is all we have. All right, so I'm going to start the show right now and show you some news that actually happened today. Let's check this out.
I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel, and that's faster than I would have intended. We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs. Little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30%.
Now, it's amazing. I showed you yesterday with the Secretary of Agriculture, and one of the first comments I get is from Janet, who says, excuse me, please, eggs are not down. They keep going up and up. And I'm not a Democrat. Let's keep the truth in sight. The truth is, Miss Janet, the eggs aren't down where you are for some reason. The national average, you know where most of the people live, the national average, it's down by 30 to 35%. So if it's not down where you are, maybe you might want to check out and see why not. I know down here, it's at least 30%. At least. So it's not like Trump is making up this stuff. These are actual numbers. So if you want to keep the truth in sight, maybe you might want to, amend your comment and say, it's not down where I live. Because the national numbers, you just said you want to keep the truth in sight. Keep it. Speak truth to power. Nationally, the eggs are down 30% or more.
The last few days, we got it down. We did a lot of things. We have a great Secretary of Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially. And financially, we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the markets are going to soar when they see what's happening. I'll tell you what, I'm called every day by numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday. They had the largest attendance they've ever had. And these are only the CEOs and chairmen, but mostly the people that run the boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company showed up. First time it ever happened. It's been around a long time. The biggest business leaders. We had a great discussion. Went really well. And I want to tell you, there's tremendous optimism out there about our country in terms of regulations being cut, in terms of taxes being cut. And it would be great if the Democrats would do what's right. It would be great if the Democrats would do what's right for our country for a change, because they really are. They've lost their way. They've lost their way.
They've lost their way. That is a really good statement. They've completely lost it. And I understand, again, we're talking national averages here. It may not, what they say, objects in the mirror may vary. Maybe your local area is not. And there can be a number of different reasons why that's the case, including your local state government. What kind of things are they doing? Sorry, I can't speak to California. Can't speak to the Northeast. Don't know how that government's working and what they're tacking on to all these prices. But I'm telling you, down here and nationally, things are down 30%. Gas, way down. I mean, way down. And we live in down here in Florida, we live in a very populated area in South Florida, and we're seeing it already. So I don't know if Ron DeSantis has lowered some of the sales taxes or whatever. Things are different. And it's now on a national basis that people are seeing this. So it's not me, it's all over. Everybody is saying this. And like President Trump just said, the Democrats need to get it together. They don't really have much of an option at this point.
We begin here tonight with the tit-for-tat tariffs.
President Trump started the day by retaliating for a 25% surcharge on Canadian electricity that lights up homes in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. He hit back hard, smashing a 50% tariff over the border on Canadian aluminum and steel.
Premier Doug Ford of Ontario responded by rescinding the electricity surcharge, as well as his threat to cut off power entirely.
The president was up next. Late today, he reduced the 50% metals tariff to 25%.
For investors, it was like watching a tennis match. At one point, the major stock indexes were off about 1.5% before recovering some of their losses by the close of trading.
Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes talked to one of the generals in the trade war, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Nancy?
John, good evening. Lutnick insisted today that President Trump's unpredictable tariff moves will actually benefit the economy by year's end. But consumer confidence is falling right along with the markets.
Our country had to do this.
His announcement this morning caught the financial world off guard. 50% tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. But by this afternoon, it was off after Ontario's premier agreed to drop his new 25% tariff on electricity going to the U.S.
We have both.
So it worked. The entire premise of your report it was wrong. If the tariffs don't work, why did Ford from Ontario waved the white flag so quickly? Why did the markets recover so quickly? You needed to amend your report, because obviously what you are reporting is that Trump indeed won. He did show confidence to consumers.
Agreed. Let cooler heads prevail.
By then, however, the Dow had tumbled another 1%. Since Thursday, it has fallen more than 2.5%.
The markets are going to learn. Let the deal maker make his deals.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick brokered today's truce with the Ontario premier.
What is really being accomplished with all of these 1 or 2 day tariffs that end up getting yanked?
Well, when you're negotiating with someone and they're not paying attention and they're disagreeing, the president, who's the best deal maker ever to sit in that chair, is going to say, here's my response. And then all of a sudden, shockingly, they respond.
And yet the prospect of an aggressive trade war has prompted both J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs to bump up the risk of a recession this year.
Will these policies be worth it if they lead to a recession, even a short?
Interesting that she didn't ask that about Biden's economy. We're 6 weeks in, 6, 7 weeks in right now. And what President Trump is doing is trying to basically stimulate the economy. What was working is not working. I mean, what wasn't working, we cannot continue because it wasn't working. So in order to stimulate the economy, you've got to change things up. They never mentioned, I showed it last night, they never mentioned all of the tariffs on products that Canada has on America. When Trump says reciprocity and reciprocal tariffs, he's talking about leveling the playing field. But for some reason, I don't know if they're that anti-American, these people in the media don't want to talk and don't want you to know what the reciprocity of these tariffs will cause. When they say short-term pain, they're not defining what short-term is. Short-term in terms of Canada could have been yesterday. It's pretty much over. Now, once you go ahead and do something against us, we're going to hit you back with more and more tariffs. So the term of the volatility isn't being caused by just Trump going in chaos. He's looking at what you're doing. He's punching, he's counterpunching. I don't think the media, well, no, they understand. They hope you don't understand. So it's going to look like this because right now people are manipulating the stocks. They're trying to see which ones are going to make it, which ones aren't going to make it. That's why after Trump raised it back on Canada, it was like, whoa, hey, it went down. Then when Canada waved the white flag, what happened? It went back up. Like, okay, we weathered that storm. We're going to be okay. And then, bam, they tried to do some more, and then Trump turned around and hit him again. When you're trying to take a shot at the big dog, you're going to give it everything you got. And just like watching anything else, a tennis match, you're waiting to see where things are going to end up. But if you know you have the superior team on the field, the superior player, it's a foregone conclusion. They are lying to you. When they're saying it's chaotic and all these things are going to happen, if you know, without any doubt, that you have the superior team on the field, as long as you don't make any fumbles or interceptions, other than that, you are most likely going to win. It's not chaotic. They are trying to make you think it's chaotic. Again, look at who freaks out and who doesn't. Trump, Elon, Howard Lutnick, they're all smiles. They know they have a superior team. They've got the cards, as Trump likes to say. Hey, I'm gonna, just do what I can, and I'm gonna buy a bunch of Teslas. And Elon's like, yeah, we're gonna double the production. And Apple comes in, hey, we're gonna drop $500 billion. And this company comes in and says, hey, we're gonna do $20 billion. Are you hearing those announcements for companies in, I don't know, Canada, Mexico, any place in Europe? Are you hearing those broad movements? That's your clue. Why are they not making huge announcements in these other countries that all of a sudden, we're so pissed off at Trump, we're gonna do business here? You're not hearing that. All they're talking about is the way the tariffs are going. As Trump fires his salvo and as he sends out the missiles, per se, financial missiles, they're hitting. And then the flag gets waved and everybody's like, oh, okay, so it's going to be okay. It's already going to be okay. You people are just lying to each other.
Term recession.
These policies are the most important thing America has ever had.
So it is worth it.
It is worth it. I don't think the only reason there could possibly be a recession is because of the Biden nonsense that we had to live with. These policies produce revenues.
So you're saying when it looks chaotic and unpredictable from the outside, that there actually is a master plan when it comes to these tariffs?
She's a flippin' idiot. So you think when it looks chaotic to you, that there's some kind of master plan to this? No, he's just, he wakes up one morning and he's throwing darts at the board, you flippin' moron. Of course there's a plan. The problem is, you just never saw it acted out before. The guy, the dementia patient that you saw wandering around couldn't do any of this. He had no idea about business. And obviously, if you're still questioning, is there a plan? No, I don't have a plan. I'm just back looking at a crystal ball, and a crystal ball saying, hey, go put tariffs on Canada. These people are insufferable. The questions that the media ask, you're sitting there with one of the president's, right-hand people, and you're asking him, so is there really a plan here, or are you guys just, shooting from the hip? Seriously? You're sitting there talking to a billionaire? You're sitting there talking to somebody who rebuilt his company after 9/11, is still taking care of many, many, many families that got hurt in 9/11. You're talking about a guy who had tons of money, saw his entire company destroyed and rebuilt it, and you're asking him, and a guy whose name is all over the sky in New York, whether he has a plan? Tell me CBS hasn't hired people that stupid.
Is not chaotic, and the only one who thinks it's chaotic is someone who's being silly. He said reciprocal tariffs.
Nobody expected him to announce 50% tariffs this morning.
He needed to break some guy in Ontario who said he was going to tax American energy 25%. The president...
Did you catch those words? That's why the little lady here who's not used to talking to men didn't understand. He goes, nobody thought this. That's because he had to break him. At that point, the people on the left, when they heard that, would just probably go into conniptions. What do you mean? I'm not looking to ask any boxer. Are you looking at? No, I'm looking to take you out. I'm looking to break you. I'm not doing this for fun. I'm looking to dominate you. What don't these people understand? He's telling you the words. We're looking to break him. Break him. Whenever I played football, one of the first things that my coach always told me is, when you come out the gate, those first couple of plays, you better hit as hard as you possibly can, because you want to put doubt in that guy's mind. Guess what the rest of the day is going to look like for you? The rest of the day for you, the next 2 or 3 hours, is going to be hell. It's funny, I'm looking down as if I'm looking at a guy's helmet. The next 3 hours, I'm going to be all over you. I am going to try and break your will. I'm going to try my best to make sure you don't want to line up against me. That's what I was taught. You guys used to watch Mike Tyson's fights. What was the joke? Which one's the referee? Because I'm knocking the other out. I'm not here to play with you. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to take you out. And Howard Lutnick just said it. You want to break somebody? Oh yeah, I want to break him. Break him. That hurt? Sorry.
United States in the White House says, "Oh no, you won't," and breaks him. And you think that's chaotic?
Okay, Nancy, so after all that, where do we stand tonight?
Well, Maurice, we're back to where we were essentially this weekend, which is the U.S. has imposed 25% tariffs on some Canadian goods, and Canada has responded in kind. And Lutnick says Trump is still on track to impose reciprocal tariffs on countries around the globe in early April, which means whatever they tax us, we tax them, which will likely lead to a lot more standoffs like the one we saw today.
Nancy, the Commerce Secretary says this is all worth it. Remind us what the it is, which is to say, what's all this supposed to accomplish?
Well, President Trump's theory is that if he taxes goods coming from overseas, that it will incentivize companies to move production back to the United States, which will create American jobs. But to make big decisions like that, companies normally need certainty. They need to know that policies are unchanging and a new...
Did she not see the cavalcade of people over the last couple of weeks that have come to the White House? I want to open business here. Again, contrast and lies. She's always in the press conferences. I recognize her. She's always there. She had to have seen Tim Cook. She had to have seen the Business Roundtable. She had to have seen the huge announcement in terms of crypto and what these people were just putting in tens and hundreds of billions of. She had to have seen it. But she can't tell the truth because the liberals who watch her stuff, she has to keep them in the dark. It's going to be okay. He's going to fail. And America's going to suck, just like we want it. Because that's what they want to hear. Unfortunately.
Survey, John, of CEOs this month finds that they are more pessimistic about the state of the economy than they have been at any time since the start of the pandemic.
Okay, Nancy Cordes at the White House. Thank you.
Meanwhile, this is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with the breaking news. The Consumer Price Index shows annual inflation at 2.8%, the first time it has slowed in some 4 months. Let's begin with this new report on inflation here in the United States. What's the headline?
Well, this is welcome news for consumers. Prices in February fell for the first time in 4 months. Prices in February.
I thought somebody just told me that the prices didn't fall and I should be truthful with my math. Interesting. One day after the CBS report, this comes out and makes them look completely stupid. It makes other people look completely stupid. Nationally, there's been huge economic news.
Month over month increased about 0.2%, and on an annual basis, 2.8%. So that's encouraging news for consumers. We saw in this report that shelter, that is rent, made up half of all increases in the report. But we did see decreases on things like gas.
Finally, we have some good news on the economy and really the number one issue for many Americans, the cost of living. So we just learned that consumer prices in February increased by 2.8% year over year, 0.2% month over month. Both of these figures were a step in the right direction, and both were better than expected. So this is definitely very encouraging to see, because it's going to, I think, relieve some fears that inflation was perhaps re-accelerating, because this actually breaks a streak of 4 straight months where I think you could see it on the
Ooh, the contrast. That's my word of the day, contrast. When you can look at numbers pre-January 20 and look at numbers post-January 20, and it's only, 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Look, don't take my word for it. The reason why I used CNN in these 2 clips is because it's easy to use Fox Business. It's easy to use Fox News. This is CNN going, oh, crap. The numbers don't lie, do they? No. Look at the graph. The contrast is going to kill the Democrat Party. Oh, that's a commercial. Just like the big, beautiful chart that he always talked about. And he's like, here's what it was when I was in office, and look what happened when I left office. And that big, beautiful chart that saved his life was something he used in every single campaign rally. Because there's such a contrast. Look, I had nobody. He let everybody in. Now it's exactly the same. You've got a chart that goes, look. Look at what it was. Now all of a sudden, you're seeing the difference. Has it not been happening in your particular neck of the woods? Maybe not. But it's happening nonetheless.
All the way to the right, where the inflation rate was going in the wrong direction, right? It was going higher and higher. Finally, we're seeing it dip.
So right now, we have the right moment, the right time. Manufacturing is back. If you believe that a supply chain bringing parts of cars across the border with Mexico or Canada 7 times, and this is efficient, this is not. This is insanity. We got to build in America. We got to produce things here, employ Americans, and be happy with everybody.
You're lowering the.
I thought the lady from CBS just said people are freaking out and they're going to have to see certain things before they start doing business with America. Pretty sure that's what she just said. Just remember the word as you're talking to your liberal friends, contrast. What happened that all of a sudden, all of these companies and businesses want to do business in America?
Temperature, deliberately.
well said. We're going to lower the temperature. You know, he thought he'd be sort of the big man and tackle Donald Trump, but you know you can't tackle Donald Trump. He is the most important, the smartest, the most capable leader in the world.
He did it again. The guys in the audience, you know what he just said. He thought you was good. You thought you thought you were a big man. There's no doubt why he's saying it that way. He's letting other big men. You got it like that. Seriously, you want to come step? You want to step to us? We got the biggest economy in the world. We got the money. You want to take us on? You think you're a big man? Do it. Watch what happens. That's what he just said. He said, and previously, we had to break him. Look how fast it took. The guy Ford from Canada, within he came out and said, we're going to do this and do that. And Trump said, okay. Oh, hey, I didn't know you was going to hit me like that. I didn't know you were going. I thought you was like Biden. I didn't know. No, I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to break you. That's going to offend some people. I know there's probably people here that are offended by that. No, you mistook this for a negotiation. I'm here to break you. I don't like what you've done. I don't like what you've been doing to America for some time, and so I'm not here to play with you. When I said I want you as a 51st state, that's pretty much what I hope to see happen. And in order for that to happen, what do I have to do? I have to break you. I have to make sure I break your will to the point where you don't feel comfortable standing up to me ever again. And I bet you we won't hear Mr. Ford from Ontario ever again say something like that.
And he's not going to let someone push him around. You know, the right answer is, if you take a step back, what does the president want? He wants to worry about major things for national security of America. Steel and aluminum tariffs, that's today, right? Autos coming April 2nd, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, things that America must have. So you can imagine these are the kind of tariffs we're going to make sure these things come back to America and are built in America. And then on April 2nd, he does his reciprocal tariffs, which basically say to all the countries in the world, come on, you treat us a certain way, we'll treat you the same way. Let's make it fair. You want them high, they'll be high like they are now. You want them low, they'll be low. But let's treat each other fairly. And that's where we're going. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you don't have to wonder. It's not chaotic. Let me prove to you right now that it's not chaotic. It is, as we're making this video, it is March 12th. You know, right now, as you're watching this video, even if you're watching it on replay, you know, on April 2nd, all hell is going to break loose again. He's giving you fair warning. On this date, I'm going to step back in the ring and start swinging again. So, what would you or should you be doing if you have the wherewithal to do it? What would you be doing, I don't know, in the next 10 days? Well, I would be looking, if I was in the market, I would be looking to see, whoa, maybe I shouldn't have my 401k here. Maybe I shouldn't be investing in this stock, because what's going to happen on April 2nd? He's already told you, I'm stealing for a fight. So either you succumb now or you're going to succumb later, but either way, you're going to succumb to what I am going to do to you. With a smile, as Howard Lutnick was looking at the camera. It's not a negotiation. I need to let you know, I need to assert myself, because you might have forgotten, dealing with 4 years of cackles and dementia Joe, you may have forgotten what America was like. You know, all your woke stuff, all you're trying to have the boys do this with the girls team and all, you may have taken a couple things for granted. You might have thought that, okay, America's on its heels. Well, you had the chance to knock us out. Now we're rejuvenated. Now we've got a shot of B12, maybe something stronger. And it's not going to be like that anymore. So on April 2nd, I'm letting you know, I'm coming out with both barrels. We are going to just take all of you on. So you, as an individual, are sitting back right now, and you know it's coming. There is no chaos. You know specifically on April 12th what is about to happen. So if you're armed with that knowledge going in, and you see where things are headed, why would you not get yourself personally ready? I think I might have something here from SV. Who's this from? SV just shared me a post. And so, especially right now, okay, this news comes out right now. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer announces the Senate Democrats will block the CR passed by the House Republicans. Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR. So, you're seeing the Democrats are literally on their last breath. So if you know what they just did, and you know what Trump is going to do, start making your moves now so you're not caught by surprise going, oh, I wonder what's going to happen. These people want to shut down the government? Shut it down. Shut it down, because now it's going to be all on them. And who knows, where things are going to land, but I'm pretty confident Trump is going to win. They don't have anything to stand on. Here, let me show you why they have nothing to stand on. Jonathan Turley put this up. Democratic poll, just 27% believe Democrats are focused on helping them. Yet, Hakeem Jeffries says, we have them on the run. Dude, you're at 27%. America hates you. You want to play these games? What's it saying? You want to play stupid games, you're going to get stupid prizes. Well, Barry, you sound so flippant and so cocky, because I can read what's about to happen. I know I'm going to be okay. I want you to understand you're going to be okay, and how to make certain moves right now just to make sure you're okay. And one of those moves is making sure you have, a hedge, which is why I look at Lear Capital. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time. And although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. I don't know if you're familiar with the folklore and allegory associated with St. Patrick of St. Patrick's Day. So today, the Grand Poobah from Ireland is in the country, and President Trump is calling it a St. Patrick's Day reception. Although, as you know, St. Patrick's Day isn't until the 17th, but they're having it today. I just found it odd that the saint, the Catholic saint, that was the folklore that was wrapped around St. Patrick, was that he drove the snakes out of Ireland. The snakes. Now, Ireland doesn't have a whole lot of snakes, I don't think. So, yeah, it had a lot to do with folklore. But, I don't know, there's a president I know who used to read a poem called The Snake. And I just found it odd that today, knowing today was going to be the vote for the CR, that he's hosting a guy whose country and today's reception, he didn't call it the Ireland reception. Just understand this. Nothing on his schedule said the Ireland reception. It's the St. Patrick's Day reception, honoring St. Patrick and Ireland. You know, the guy who chased the snakes out of the country. Coincidence? There are no coincidences, as far as I'm concerned. Not with this guy. This guy, no, there are no coincidences as far as I'm concerned. For those that can't afford gold and silver, we do have someone much better that can take care of us. Yep, you can trust in Jesus, as we do here. St. Patrick was Italian. Tell that to the Irish. I think DJT and his team are always ready for any political calamities. Democrat evildoers will always fail. Trump intent. He does nothing without being 10 steps ahead. Great thought. As I was looking at the schedule, and I'm thinking to myself, I watched this guy read this poem, The Snake, over and over and over. And he just happens to want to do this today. The snakes were people, not snakes. Exactly. I find it ironic that Rosie O'Donnell just moved to Ireland. You're going to see some of that today, too. No, it's not Roseanne Barr. It is what's her name? Rosie O'Donnell. I am Irish, Barry. Aaron Go Brawless, baby. I went to a Roman Catholic high school, and the entirety of the school was populated with Irish people. So I've been into it for quite some time. St. Patrick, please pray for us. I love Barry's stream because he brings up real people in the chat. Yeah, I like to talk to you guys. I try to stay on schedule the best I can, but at the same token, I like to engage with you guys and talk to you. So President Trump is due up in due up in 10 minutes. So let me get to the next section. I probably can get through this section before he he goes too far or comes on stage. So I'll be watching. So in case you guys didn't know, yesterday was basically D-Day in the Department of Education. At the Department of Education, they sent out a memo and they told everybody, hey, listen, leave by 6 o'clock, but you can come back Thursday. And it was all ruse. It was basically the Red Wedding. And some people got the second email that says you can come back on Thursday. If you don't get the other email, you can't come back. And a whole lot of people had their jobs lopped off. Sorry, not sorry anymore.
They're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number 1 in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But
a number of the
we have a dream, and you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education.
Now, is this the first step on the road to a total shutdown?
Yes, actually it is, because that was the president's mandate, his directive to me, clearly is to shut down the Department of Education, which we know we'll have to work with Congress, to get that accomplished. But what we did today was to take the first step of eliminating what I think is bureaucratic bloat. And that's not to say that a lot of the folks, it's a humanitarian thing too. A lot of the folks that are there, they're out of a job. But we wanted to make sure that we kept all of the right people, the good people, to make sure that the outward-facing programs, the grants, the appropriations that come from Congress, all of that are being met. And none of that's going to fall through the cracks.
So, new cuts hitting the Department of Education, the latest victim of the Trump administration slash and burn efforts. Half of its staff will be slashed, about 1,300 career employees. This is in addition to the roughly 600 people who accepted voluntary resignations or early retirement. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says these layoffs represent the department's, quote, commitment to efficiency and accountability, the first step on the road to shutting down the department. Joining us now is Brittany Coleman, a civil rights attorney at the Education Department, who just got notice yesterday that she was being laid off. She's also national shop steward in the AFGE union. Brittany, thank you.
The union. So MSNBC, obviously you're not here to talk about the kids. You bring on a union lawyer. Interesting tactic. Interesting that you would bring on a lawyer instead of a teacher. I mean, it's not like we don't have the availability of teachers, but you chose to bring on a lawyer. Smart. Not really.
For coming on with us, how did you learn you were losing your job, and what was your reaction?
Thank you for having me. And to see how I learned I was losing my job was I got an email earlier yesterday stating that our offices would be suddenly closed, which was highly unusual. And it was already adding to the heightened chaos and confusion that people are experiencing because of the Doge emails that we were getting every week and the deferred resignation emails. So last night when I got home, I started getting text messages saying that other people got their RIF notices from the agency. And then I just happened to check my email, and that's where I saw that I got one too. It was just a simple
RIF, reduction in force. That's what that means. Reduction in force. RIF email. It's basically we're cleaning house and firing a bunch of people.
Email, we were all blind copied, stating that we were let go in the name of pushing the Trump executive order for efficiency.
Are you angry? Are you worried? How is this sitting with you?
I am definitely angry because I don't understand why I and my colleagues have been targeted for just doing our jobs. Our jobs are protecting the American public and their patient students. So it's very frustrating to not only have to endure the demeaning emails and ridicule that we're getting in the media, but to also have to lose your job when all you were doing was just following the law and enforcing that, or providing statistics to help teachers do their jobs.
All right, so she doesn't know why she got fired. Everything's fantastic. We've been doing great. If I were, Trump, I could have went to the office and went, here's a chart. When you say you're doing a great job, show me why, Johnny can't read. And we're spending $1 gazillion. Tell me why, we've got, all these books in the libraries that you guys are pushing out that say some really stupid stuff and that we're spending, $1 gazillion on. Tell me what it is exactly you do here. See, it all goes together. What exactly do you do as a union attorney for the Department of Education? But before you answer, they already know. So I'm sorry, because losing a job is not a fun thing, but you're a lawyer, right? You're an attorney. So it shouldn't be too hard for you to pick up another job. You can do some lawyering. Maybe some of the other people can do whatever they need to do. But you don't say that. You're saying, I'm upset, I was doing fine, when obviously the company, meaning the Department of Education, is failing badly. See, what these people don't understand is that they think money should just keep flowing and flowing. Actually, your money should keep flowing and flowing and flowing. And there should be nothing about meritorious performance. You should not have to prove that you're valuable. When every single one of you, when you go to your job, or if you're retired, when you went to your job, you had to prove every single day that you had a meritorious reason for being there. You can't be the Maytag repairman sitting in the corner slouching unless that's what your job description was. But they don't understand the idea of business. And because they don't understand the idea of business, that also means they don't understand the idea of accountability. If you can't be held accountable, then you really don't have a job. You have a charitable organization. So when you say you were doing your job and you were doing it great, how did you measure it? How did your boss measure it? Show us. Instead of coming out here, you could have said right then and there, hey, MSNBC lady, here's my performance chart. Here's my personnel information. I got, scored a 4.0 on my last rating from my boss. And he's like, what did he tell you needed to do in 2024? Did you meet that? What did he tell you to do in 2025? Every single person I know who's ever worked in a corporate position has had to go through a annual performance review. This is where you are, and this is where we want you to be. And we're going to help you get there, but this ain't happening. That ain't happening unless you up here. All right, so we're going to check back with you in about 30, 60 days and see what your progress is. And if I don't see progress, you might not be here. These people don't understand accountability.
The public announcement of these cuts, part of the statement we got reads, the Department of Education will continue to deliver on all statutory programs that fall under the agency's purview, including formula funding, student loans, Pell Grants, funding for special needs students, and competitive grant making. Brittany, what do you see as the impact here for students, teachers, and families all around the country?
Well, I'll tell you that I think the impact is that they're going to get the residuals of the chaos that we've been experiencing as employees.
Okay, so she's making a wide, broad brush statement. They're going to see chaos. They're going to see it everywhere. So essentially what you're saying is the teachers that you know suck. Why would you see any kind of implication with the Department of Education not being there, with you specifically not being there? How does that affect the teacher in PS 104 in New York City who's teaching math very badly already? How does it affect her? How does it affect, I don't know, someone down here in Aventura, in a wealthy district who's doing very well? How does not having the Department of Education affect her students? You see, you just can't come out there and go, everybody's going to suffer. And of course, these people on television don't ask the questions. All right, easy questions. So you're thinking every school in the country is going to feel some negative effect from this Department of Education closing? How about this question? Listen, I understand that they let off 50%. How many of these 50% that remain could merge your job? Meaning you're an attorney, right? Okay, so if you were in a private practice, I'm sure you don't work on one case. That's it. I got one case coming in. No, you have clients. Number of clients, not one. So you should be able to juggle different clients and the workload. What did you do at the Department of Education? You know how easy it would be to manage one client as an attorney? Accountability.
It's hard to believe that removing functions and removing the people who do those functions, such as making sure that students receive their services if they have special needs, or making sure that there is adequate documentation of the students receiving those needs, how that eliminating their function is going to help.
But they didn't eliminate those functions. She just read to you the billboard that said all these essential functions and benefits were going to continue. Next. You see, you fall right back on the poor kids, the children. They're not going to be able to get the stuff they need. We already said that. They already said they're going to continue with that. They're just getting rid of dead weight. Why do you think the kids are going to suffer by trimming dead weight?
American public. It's just unclear to me how removing Head Start or removing Title I funding through block grants, how any of that would be actually helpful in getting to the students who need it most.
I'm not so sure it's clear that all that funding is being removed. There's a lot of questions that still need to be.
Oh my God, she called her on it. Oh my goodness, she actually called her on it. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody said the funding's being removed. An MSNBC reporter just said that? Oh my. Oh my. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
Answered. Here's what the Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, said about these cuts last night.
So many of the programs are really excellent. We need to make sure that money does get to the states, but we want more money to be able to go to the states. And that's what the president said all along. If we get rid of the bureaucracy, the states will get more. It'll go directly into the states.
Block grants to states.
Perhaps block grants without so many strings and red tape attached to it.
What's your response to that?
Well, my response is, just to clarify, when I say removing it from the function of the Department of Education, because they are talking about.
Notice she went to reading. She realized she got caught. She was looking at her camera, and now she's reading something because she got to go to lawyer hat on. Okay, so what I really meant was this.
Moving those to other agencies like Health and Human Services, which is also being gutted. When you talk about removing that funding from our agency, we are the experts and we know how to administer that.
We're the experts. Oh my goodness. We're the experts. We're the ones who know how to, handle the funding. Not people at the state level. Those people at the state level, they're not experts. We are the experts. We are the only people out here that can, administrate your money. How dare they put that in the hands of people at the state level? Those noobs.
Know how to help states be able to target that funding to make sure that it gets to lower income areas within the urban or rural areas.
There it is. The poor peoples. Right back to it. Everything the Democrats do is for this group of people. Not to say they don't need help, but do I need 50,000 people to make sure that the poor peoples are taken care of? You don't think there's somebody on the local basis that can do that? You don't think there's someone, I don't know, that can be trained to make sure that the kids that need meals and stuff like that? But how hard is that? How many different soup kitchens are there? You can, hey, would you like a job, administering the meals plan to poor kids? What makes you an expert on spending money?
And it's not clear that how that would actually be helpful. What would be clear is that the process of moving that stuff is not going to assist states. It's actually going to hinder those efforts because you're not going to have the federal oversight that we give in order to make sure that that is being administered and that people are not being discriminated against based on.
Okay, so it's not about teaching anything. I wanted you to hear this because I was waiting for her to say about, students learning. Have you heard anything about students learning, being able to count, being able to read? Nope, it's all about handling the money. That's what's most important to this woman at the Department of Education. She's got about 2 minutes left, and you listen closely if she talks about anything having to teach kids. We got to make sure they're fed. We got to make sure the poor kids are... What? Do you not care about them adding and subtracting? Are you insulting black people by saying the only thing you guys need to worry about is you're an expert at spending the money so that the poor kids can eat? Nobody else can do that. Now you know why the scores are where they are. Now you know why we're number one in spending, but almost dead last in learning. Because that's where the priority is. That's where the experts are. The experts are in spending the money, not in actually teaching people. This is probably one of the worst interviews somebody could have given in relation to the Department of Education going away. She hasn't mentioned teaching anybody anything yet.
Federal non-discrimination laws.
Dollars, your federal tax dollars and your state tax dollars.
And I'm going on to the next thing. She had nothing to say about teaching. And so now listen to what this guy says. They don't understand that this isn't a welfare state. There's already programs for that. I hate the fact that we have to feed kids. That's your parents' job. But okay, we're past that. Kids got to get fed. But does he not have to learn? Disgusting.
And so when you make drastic cuts to the federal government, we're talking about your title programs, we're talking about your lunch programs, we're talking about the programs that affect your kids who have extraordinary or special needs. We're talking about all of those things that are going to be affected by draconian cuts such as this. If we want to go in and say that, look, and I think all of us could agree around the table that we're not preparing our kids for a 21st century global economy. If we wanted to start from that premise, and sorry to use, I'm not picking on you, but to use your words instead of whack, 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 whack. If we wanted to start from that premise and figure out how we can better educate our children, there are ways to do it other than draconian cuts. And I think...
Mr. Blackman Lawyer, why haven't you done it? Why is it 2025 and you don't understand that should have been your priority? How do we get these kids ready for a 21st century economy? Start there. We'll worry about the food and the oatmeal and all the tuna fish sandwiches. We'll get to that. How do you and why haven't you trained these kids to be successful in a global economy? Forget the global. Why haven't you trained them to be successful in an American economy? Why is it now you guys are like, oh, yeah, we need to do, we can agree with you. Well, you should have agreed with me 10 years ago. You shouldn't have to see the Department of Education get closed down to now realize, oh, yeah, I agree with you. We should make these kids viable in the 21st century. Well, what were you doing yesterday? It doesn't make any sense.
Places like Mississippi, places like Arkansas, places like the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, South Carolina, and North Carolina, they're going to fill these cuts a lot more.
May I respond?
Please. I mean, it's an open show.
As an individual who worked in the education system for 14 years, there's 110,000 high schools in America. The majority of them are in New York, Florida, Texas, and California. Our reading and math scores are the worst in the G7 and the G20 in terms of how many dollars we spend to advance our children. Okay. Why? Unions. Unions that keep mediocre teachers.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about the unions.
In place in every high school in America, when we should be firing them. You want to talk about whack as our theme tonight's show? I would like to fire teachers. Wait. And I'd like to pay a lot more to the teachers that advance math and reading scores, that push our system forward against every G7, G20 country. We have broken the system long ago through unions, and this is very unfair.
But what did those cuts actually
what it means is
the
lowest paid person in America that deserves a lot more money is a great teacher.
I agree.
And we can't, in the system of unions in America, we keep mediocrity festering, destroying the education.
Respectfully, let me just tell you how misguided your statement is.
Not at all.
But I mean, I'm just going to point out the fact that...
Thank goodness I'm here.
But you're...
How misguided? And Kevin, like, no, not at all. It's not misguided. What are you going to try and do right now? Again, is he going to defend the kid or is he going to defend the union? I feel like in Jeopardy. I got to din 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 because what's about to happen? Do you think he's going to do? Okay, let's listen.
Wrong, and let me tell you why.
I'm 100% right.
No, I want to tell you why you're wrong. Because the bottom 10 states that are underperforming, those states that I'm talking about in the South, let's take South Carolina, for example, or Mississippi. You want to tell me one thing they don't have? One thing they don't have. Strong teacher unions. So there is no direct correlation.
They have weak teacher unions?
Or barely any.
It's still a union, moron. He's arguing with a billionaire or close to a billionaire, and he said, these red states, they're really bad too because their unions suck. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about kids.
Have unions.
Yeah, but that's not the reason these places are failing.
So find
when was
me,
the last time?
if you look at 10 teachers, 4 of them are great. I want to double their salaries.
That's no question. I agree with you.
So why don't you just get rid of unions?
Now what happens if you have a quarter of shame where kids go to school and their heating and air don't work, where their infrastructure is falling apart?
Somebody please do a study and tell me how many of these schools don't have any air conditioning or their infrastructure is falling apart. Because when you get that study, please forward it to me. And then also, could you put a couple paragraphs in the appendix and let me know how much money they've got received over the last 10 years? How in the hell can there be all these schools that have no air conditioning and, the infrastructure is falling apart when we've given you gazillions and gabillions of dollars over the last 10 years? I'll wait. What's the answer? I know the school I went to, the air conditioner would break down sometimes, the heat would break down, and the guys would have to come fix it. I went to a private school. We paid tuition, and so the infrastructure was always there. But of course, something was always broken. People I know in public schools went to school, beautiful schools. You should see some of the schools down here. So tell me where these schools are that have no air conditioning and why it didn't get fixed. I mean, you could literally refit the entire school, the entire air conditioning system in about a week. Ductwork and everything. Okay, so why are we not seeing that fixed if there's so no air conditioning? And what infrastructure are you talking about? The water fountains don't work? What's this infrastructure that hasn't been upkept in the last 10 years that you always need more money for these schools? Always.
Where they have to drink unclean water, or they come to school hungry.
To the states. That's what Trump is doing.
How does that fix the problem I just laid out to you?
Well, you got to fix the unions first, because we both agree bad teachers destroy advancement of children.
I just have a question. Are you saying that the cuts to the Department of Education that happens right now are going to impact the unions?
I would rather the dollars that are put into running.
I know, but you started talking about something else, but we're talking about the cuts to the Department of Education. I don't think those are directly...
No. You're cutting out the federal mandate and giving it to the state.
They're cutting the bureaucracy.
Yes.
I don't think they're cutting the money. They want to send the money directly to the states.
That's it.
So that segment was 9 minutes and 26 seconds. And in that 9 minutes and 26 seconds, not a word about actually teaching kids. If anyone ever talks to you about what's really wrong with the Department of Education, you just have your answer. If you're talking to people about the Department of Education and listen to what they say, let them tell you. Let them tell you and see how fast they go down the road to, talking about the kids. They won't get there. It's not about the kids. It's about the money. It's always been about the money. Not one of them said, well, if the states get involved, maybe they can order, I don't know, more books, more personal computers, something. They didn't even address the kids. It's absolutely disgusting to me. I don't know why at all we continue to put money in school after school after school. Nobody can ever answer that for me. Nobody seems to even want to try and answer that. And I don't get it. I really don't get it. You guys want to answer it? Have at it. I don't get it why they don't put anything in the school system. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. What about the lottery money? Yeah, down here in South Florida, lottery money goes to the school system. These kids get new uniforms, new lights in the stadium, all kinds of stuff. And then the teachers can help with tutorials and whatever extra help the kids need to read and write. But the facility should never be in question at this point. Every state, with the amount of money we've paid into this education system, should be completely fine. Remember when teachers, they don't have the freedom to create their own curriculum. Let's see here. DOE up here, and where are you? In New York is a DEI Hate America brainstorming machine. Yep. And it just keeps going that way. People need to teach their own children. They went from having a school to being a daycare center. Because the parents, many parents, not all of you, of course, not me, not Ashley, but public school is a big money sink on property taxes. I ran a retail store 10 years ago, and 16-year-olds couldn't count back change. It was awful. You ever see a McDonald's counter? If it doesn't have the picture on it, you ain't getting no food. You want a Big Mac. You can't write it? I don't know if you guys have been out to dinner lately, but it's so cool. They now bring the little machine where you can just tap your credit card so that the servers don't even have to count. Just tap. Make sure you put that tip in there too. The dumbing down of America is basically one of our biggest downfalls. The Department of Education is useless. And as I watched those pieces, and there were many more of them out there, I kept thinking to myself, man, we're in big trouble. We are in very, very big trouble. Because nobody really cares about the kids. Forget the kids that have been, absconded with, that we're trying to find and everything. But in addition to those kids, the kids that are in school, that show up every day. I think every public school should be just like when I went to school. You got to wear a school uniform. I'm tired of seeing kids with their pants down around their butt. I'm tired of seeing the girls look like they just got off the last music video out there. Put them in uniforms. Then the parents don't have to worry about buying the different clothes. Put them in uniforms. Be like a soldier. Go to school. That's what you're here for. You're on a mission. You're here to learn. That's the only reason. And guess what? If you don't learn, you don't get to the next grade. And if you don't learn, you don't play this weekend. What? Oh, yeah. That is how it used to be in my school. Well, it looks like you wanted to screw around. You got 2 detentions this week. My grades were always okay, but I was a knucklehead. And they're like, guess what? You can't play this weekend. Oh, no. That happened once. Man, did I learn from that. I can't play? Nope, you can't play. Is there anything I can do? Somebody do something. I gotta play. Nope. Because while they're playing, you're going to be sitting in here. Looking like the movie Breakfast Club. Just sitting there all day. What the heck is that? Yeah, that's what. So I'm still waiting. It's 5:17. And President, what is this? A gnat just decided to show up in here. It's 5:17 and he has not walked out there as of yet. I used to be sat at the bench in the baseball team for not having good grades. At least you got to go. Actually, that's even worse, isn't it? Everyone's looking down at you like, oh, your grades suck. You can't play. When I was in high school, one of the coaches said to me, no, not when I was in high school. When I was done with high school and I went back to my high school, the coach said one time, he goes, it's not like it used to be. And I was like, what do you mean it's not like it used to be? He's like, the power of the takeaway is no longer viable. He didn't say viable because we can't use it anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? Because the takeaway was you're not playing. You're not going on the field trip. You're not doing this. You're not going to the next grade. The power of the takeaway. Nope. You can do whatever you want. You can just pass these people on to the next grade. Doesn't care. Johnny can't read, but he can sure score and dunk a basketball. We are literally living that movie Idiocracy. Yeah. The Senate is playing games and thinks it's being funny. Yep, they are going to be in deep, deep poo-poo. This is on them. There's no way they can get away from it. They had to vote no. So, how much you guys want to bet Donald Trump knew this was coming? Now you're thinking, well, he can't do the other stuff until he gets this one passed. And, what can he do in the interim? Well, we're about to find out. Because wouldn't it be interesting if it indeed gets closed down and he gets even more powerful? For students not interested in college, they've also stripped out trades training. Wow, that's absolutely crazy. Yeah, they shut it down. We're about to find out. What do you think the Don has up his sleeve if the government shuts down? He must have foreseen this. All right, so it looks like it has begun. So let's go ahead. It looks like it's going to be tape delayed.
And we knew each other from a long time ago. But it's a great honor to have you in the Oval Office and have you at the White House. We have tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that will only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong and very, very good. So I just want to welcome you to Washington, D.C. and to our country, and thank you very much.
May I thank you, President. It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms of the pursuit of peace, which we discussed earlier. And I think that's going well. And you really have, in the first sort of 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you, and special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in that beautiful Ireland, and now they're here, but they love your country very much. They have a great feeling toward your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays and stuff like that, and checking out their family ancestry and things like that.
Great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And they we love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but I think I will. We'll get there. We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far
please.
President Trump, how worried are you about the counter tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday? And also, how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has a massive trade surplus with the US, over $50 billion? Neil Martin might be quite nervous about what you're going to tell him today.
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive...
I just wanted to let you know real quick, this is not the press conference. This is something that transpired early this afternoon. Looking on the White House site here, the actual press conference has been bumped to 5:30. So RSBN is basically showing the previous sit-down sort of press conference. So I'm just going to let that go on rather than start up a new section.
Very good for companies to move over there, and we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. It did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough. And it's our turn, too. We get a turn at that also. But they have not been fair. They sue our companies and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion. And they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union. But it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. And so I don't know why people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that. And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period. I think a lot of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. When you look at inflation and all of the other problems that were, I mean, wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We did a lot of things. We have a great Secretary of Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially. And so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel. And that's faster than I would have intended. We put on the gas, we stepped on the gas in order to get oil. And what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal, I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal, because, you know, we've been abused for a long time as a country. We have been abused really for a long time, and we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the EU retaliation?
Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, and but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, you know, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people. And Linda McMahon is a real professional, actually a very sophisticated business person. And she cut a large number, but she kept the best people. And we'll see how it all works out. But our country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad, and I go through them in speeches. I could go through them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, and all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's maybe more so than any other place has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number one in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream, and you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. You know, normally you'd blame size. It's too big. How can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark, those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now, then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do is always school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conference?
All right, so it's the bottom of the hour. That was from earlier today at the Oval Office. If you missed any of that meeting there between the Irish leader and our president, you can always go to Rumble and...
Okay, so they're getting ready. That was just like he said. That was from earlier, which I've shown you a couple of those clips as well. And we're just waiting for right now for him to come out to the microphone. They've got both countries' flags. You know, the full regalia is about to take place out here with this presser. So, excuse me. As soon as they do this, then I'll go back into my show. Definitely don't want to interrupt. And it's 5:30 right now. They said the updated time said they were going to start at 5:30. So we are just now waiting for him to come out. So let me just tell you what I was, well, that was one scroll. The earlier scroll says, sometimes you see me flip back and forth because I'm trying to find the best feed with the best angle with the best sound. So in the first 30 seconds, 30 to 60 seconds, you may see the feed jump from one thing to another. Everything's okay. I'm just trying to find the one that sounds the best, the one that looks the best, so to give you the best experience. So please don't think, what's going on with the sound? Oh my God, it keeps switching. Why is it switching? Because I'm trying to find the best feed. And then when I settle into the feed, then we're fine. Let me just tell you, just so you know, the best feed always is the White House feed on X. And I don't know what they do with the cameras there. I don't know what they do with the sound, but that is always the best feed. It's pure, it's crisp, it sounds great. So it takes me, once the White House goes live, then I can pull the feed in, and I have to do that, just to let you guys know, with the second computer. So I have to pull that feed in, drop it into this dashboard. It's an ordeal. I hope there's no press conferences during the week in the next couple of days while Ashley and the kids are home, because I'm going to have one computer, just my laptop. It's powerful. I'll be able to do some stuff with it, but not all this graphic stuff that I do here. I mean, gonna be a lot of work. Truth is down. So Truth Social is down right now. Wow. Let's see here. YouTube, got to do your best not to go by hearsay and rely on life experience. I agree with that. It looks like all the dignitaries are at this press conference. I'm seeing RFK Jr. I just saw JD. So a lot of the cabinet seems to be here. I saw Doug Collins. I see Sean. What's Sean's last name? Duffy. A lot of stuff. Rosie suffers from TDS. I think she was referring to what happens if the Democrats get back in office. What will happen? I'm not sure which question that was, but what will happen if the Democrats? They're going to just flip. Number one, okay. I guess that's a real question. It could happen. But if they get back, they're just going to reverse everything. And at this point, they would have to show everybody why you would want us paying more, why you would want these other countries taking advantage of us. It's basically Marxism and communism. They are promoting it. At this point, by the time 4 years comes on, people will see it. It's right here. What life do you want to live? It was the border got closed. Eggs and other stuff went down. The interest rates went down. It's right in front of you. How does a Democrat run against that? I want to raise your taxes. Woo! Yeah, please do that. But they will try. They will try. Barry, your analogy on football versus politics is priceless. Reminds me of the 1985 Chicago Bears. Oh, yeah. Or, down here, the 1972 Miami Dolphins. They ain't done crap since then, but at least, yeah, that was some serious football being played in 1972. As well, the Steelers, they did well, and the Cowboys did well. You got some dynasties out there. I mean, but the Bears, yeah, that was some smash mouth football. Absolute smash mouth. Truth is not down. Okay, everyone? Okay. Barry, enjoy your family and the vacay. Thank you very much. I don't get much of a vacay because I'm weird. I like seeing other people smile, so I spend a lot of time making people smile. And I guess I enjoy what I do so much, it's not really working. So as long as the computer, see, here's the big caveat. When I get there, and the first thing I do is, okay, let's run a speed test and see what the speed here is of the connection. Oh, ooh, that's kind of low. Then I have to call the hotel and say, can you bump that up? And if they say no, then that may be me just doing recorded videos instead of live videos. Or I may do recorded live videos, meaning I can record something and then broadcast it live. Then I can just interact with everybody. We could probably do something like that. But I won't know until I get there what the speed of their router is or their internet connection. I hope y'all never get frustrated by Trump's tardiness. This is always because of security reasons, not his fault. Absolutely. Completely agree with you in that regard. He's got to do what he's got to do. It looks right now as, well, they're peeking. Somebody opened the door and peeked out. Yeah, the people are out here. This guy looks stupid. He's sitting out the door and he's peeking his head out. The people here? Yes. Everybody can see you peeking, dude. He went back inside. You would think that you wouldn't have to do that. Like there's a monitor inside, whatever backstage area, they can look at the monitor and go, okay, the room's packed, everybody's out there. You don't have to open the door and go, oh, the people are out there waiting. You screwed up and created a show. Now it's become a monster. Well, it's going to be more of a show because I don't want to have people guessing as to what time we're going to do things. So starting Monday, you can count on it. Dan Bongino's gone, so y'all got to come in. He's not going to be there. 12 o'clock. I'm not going to do the 11 o'clock, but 12 o'clock every single day. And on the weekends, it might be iffy or when. It's fine, Barry. We appreciate you working while your family's here. Yeah, they might get a cameo or two. Maybe one of the granddaughters might want to stick their face on camera. Maybe the grandson. Maybe the grandson and his friends. You know how high school boys are. He might want to put his face on here. The Dolphins only won 17 games in total. Yeah, but they won them all. I know the Bears did well. Barry, I live in Indiana. I got to say my part of Indiana has great academics here. Our schools rank high nationwide. It's our teachers, board members that care. Yeah, that's it. And just to let you know, is Ashley going to make an appearance on the show? She probably won't. I've known many great teachers, many great coaches. You got to have the fire to be a great coach or a teacher. It's awesome, often underpaid, and you're doing work that a lot of people won't do, just going beyond. And remember, Ashley was a teacher. But it's frustrating because you're trying to do your best and you see what's going on in the machine and it doesn't usually vibe well with the teachers. It's like, what am I supposed to do? These kids can't read. What are you doing in the sophomore class? You can't even add. And you can't say anything. It's like, hey, principal, hey, you got these kids in my class who can't even read. They can't even read comic books. And at that point, your good teachers get frustrated. What happened? Somebody said there's something wrong with my camera. No, it's not my camera. I don't know. Let me see if I can find that. Was there a question about that? It was from Lita. Lita, what's it? Lita said, I don't know. Barry runs smart and frugal. Well, I'll tell you, that's not exactly true. I'm not a big needs person. I don't like a whole lot of stuff. I'm, believe it or not, nice place to live, nice car, but I don't, I'm not flashy, but I spend money on my equipment. So if something's wrong with the equipment, let me know, because I'll replace it. Yeah, we've lost so many good teachers. Can Doge continue to work if they choose to during a government shutdown? That's a good question. I don't know if you can work when you're not getting paid. Well, probably. I mean, that's a great question, because the military doesn't just like, government shutdown, we're going to leave our post here. No, you got to stay there. You get replenished when the government reopens, but that's a great question. What agencies are allowed to continue to stay open? Obviously, the essential agencies. Maybe Donald Trump would then designate Doge as an essential agency. That would be a way around it, because military, medical, Social Security, all those are considered essential. They continue to operate no matter what. So in order to continue to operate, you have to be designated as an essential agency. So that's probably, this place is packed. I mean, just absolutely packed. Here, check this out. Look at all those people. Just a packed room. All right, so he should be out imminently. We can keep doing it. The one that president deems essential. So he could probably, I don't think you need an act of Congress even just to say this is an essential agency, so they probably can stay. At federal level, yes, not state and county. Okay. Yeah, well, no, these Doge kids, they're getting paid. As they've grown, they've been getting paid. By who? I don't know. Let's see here. The purple stuff, too. They said Doge and deportations will suffer during a shutdown. I would think that President Trump would keep the Homeland Security up as an essential agency. I don't think that would suffer. I wouldn't trust that at all. Doge is not a government agency. Good point. He's a consultant, I think. That's right. So they would just continue working. Imagine that. Imagine the government shuts down and all these people are out of the office and they just they can just get into everything. Maybe that was the idea behind this. I don't know. It's going to be crazy. Yeah. Let's see here. Doge, okay. FHA stays open. I guess people need to buy houses. If shutdown, can Doge still function? Yeah, I guess if they're not an agency, yeah, they can continue. They can probably get even more done because nobody's there. Imagine all these agencies like the Department of Education and everything that's not essential, military, that's essential, but all the stuff that's not essential, they're going to be able to get into. All right, the doors opened up, and a couple people walked out, but not the big dog. So they're just all waiting. Everybody's waiting. Should be a press conference. We see some military guys just came out, and looks like Linda McMahon. Here, you guys can see. Military guys going in and out back there. That side door. It is now 5:43, and we're waiting for President Trump. And I don't know if you guys saw the word. It's called him the Tao, T-A-O. I don't even know what that is. Never heard that. See, I'm not afraid or ashamed to say I don't know what that is. Tao Aish. If you guys have seen that, maybe some of you. Okay, here, look at the word. You tell me what this word means. Tao Aish. Tao Aish. The Tao Aish of Ireland. Anybody know what that means? Taoiseach is not president, he's not prime minister, he's a Taoiseach. I'd love to know what the heck that means. Taoiseach. Some of you guys are Irish, let us know what a Taoiseach is. I don't know what that means, but he's about to speak with President Trump. Waiting to see they're getting the insane active judges are from the force of laws. We need judicial impeachments now. Yeah, SV, either that or just ignore them. Just like we heard from Kyle Seraphin, former FBI agent yesterday. They don't have any powers to do anything enforcement-wise. All right, so the military guys are out there. Looks like they're pointing around. Hey, you're going to stand there. Our guys are going to stand over there. And we'll figure out where everybody else is going to stand. Somebody says, Ra says that, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the Taoiseach is the head of government or the Prime Minister of Ireland. That's what I thought. So why don't we just call him the Prime Minister? Or the Grand Poobah? Why we got to call him the Taoiseach? Well, you know, he earned that title, I guess. Let's see here. I heard it earlier today, but what if Trump's directors takes over if the government shuts down? Gaelic for chief or leader, pronounced Taoiseach. Come on, man. Did you just punk me? Please, hey, you're the Taoiseach. Okay. The Taoiseach is the head of the government or prime minister. The office is appointed by the president of Ireland. Okay. It must be Gaelic Irish. Taoiseach. Taoiseach. Okay, Taoiseach, not Taoiseach. I must have read it incorrectly. Let's see. It is pronounced Taoiseach. See, somebody put in here. Okay, so Marvin says it's pronounced Taoiseach, not Taoiseach. Taoiseach. Okay, Taoiseach. The Taoiseach of Ireland is who will be speaking with President Trump. Yeah, I like this name better, Marcus. I like the name, just calling him the Prime Minister, and that way we don't have to make ourselves look stupid by calling the guy the Taoiseach. All right, so we're waiting for him to come out. Nobody has arrived as of yet. We are now 46 minutes behind schedule. As you guys know, the times that they put out there are just fluid because they have to be fluid because of security and everything else. So I wonder if I have time to do a quick read. Nah, probably not, because if I do a read right now from one of our sponsors and he comes on, then I'm going to have to stop whatever I'm doing. So I'll have to do that later. Taoiseach. Okay. I'm sure President Trump will will actually introduce him. All right, so potato. Do they still have comic books? I don't know. I haven't had a comic book in my hand. Okay, here we go. And
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor. Great people. A lot of Irish friends right there. A lot of very, very good Irish friends. But thank you all for being here. Even though it's still a few days away, I want to be the first to wish each and every one of you a very happy St. Patrick's Day. It's a big day. And as a lifelong New Yorker, nobody knows the Irish better than me. I know too much about the Irish. So let me begin by saying I really do. I love the Irish. I've had great, great friends over the years, and I love the Irish, special people. And I've been to Ireland many times. I have a lot of property in Ireland, actually, and it does very well, so I like it. If it didn't do well, I wouldn't like it. But I'm always struck by the awesome beauty of the Emerald Isle and the strength and warmth and grit and grace of the Irish people. Very few people can compare. Today we're delighted to welcome Taoiseach Micheál Martin a very special man, doing incredibly well and very popular, and his beautiful wife, Mary. And I want to thank you both for being here. The first official visit to the White House. So thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to extend a special welcome to Ireland's ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Boom. And you, where are you, Geraldine? There you are, Geraldine Byrne Nason. And you're going to be working with this gentleman right here. He's a very great golfer, one of the best golfers that you'll ever see. He'll be playing golf all day long he'll take clients out to play golf, but he's won many, many club championships. And Ed Walsh, congratulations. Great. Great. It's going to be great. We're grateful also to be joined by the members and many members of our cabinet, proud Irish Americans, Sean Duffy and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Where's Robert F. and Sean? Hi, Bobby. I knew that, let's see, Duffy we knew and Kennedy we knew. Some of you I wasn't as sure. Pam Bondi, I don't know. Are you Irish? Are you Irish? With that name, I can't figure that out. She's doing a hell of a job, I'll tell you. That Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. And you're doing a good job. You see the oil is going down. It's going down. $65 a barrel today. You're doing better than I even thought, because everything else is going to be coming down with it. All those expensive goods that you had to suffer with for 4 years are all coming down. Energy leads the way. Thank you. Good job you're doing with our friend, right? HUD Secretary Scott Turner. You're not Irish, Scott. Where's Scott? Give me a break, Scott. You know, I want to be politically correct and not mention it, but I'm going to say, how much Irish do you have in you, Sean? I don't know. Some goods that you had to suffer with for 4 years are all coming down. Energy leads the way. Thank you. Good job you're doing with our friend, right? HUD Secretary Scott Turner. You're not Irish, Scott. Where's Scott? Give me a break, Scott. You know, I want to be politically correct and not mention it, but I'm going to say, how much Irish do you have in you, Sean? I don't know. He said zero. Say, how much Irish do you have in you, Sean? I don't know. He said zero. That's right. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you, Doug. You're Irish. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. He's one of the most important guys. He's going to get those approvals. A nuclear power plant will take less than 2 weeks to get approved, right, Lee? It used to take 15 years. We're going to do it in a couple of weeks. U.S. Trade Representatives Jameson Greer. Where are you, Jameson? Jameson Greer. Thank you, Jameson. And I also, there's a very special man here that I've been watching a long time. One of the greatest dancers ever in the world. Michael Flatley is around here someplace. There's nobody like this guy. Great, Michael. I've watched him, Radio City. I've watched you a lot, Michael. His feet, the way they moved. I don't know how the hell you do it. Can you still dance like that, or is Father Time caught up? You know, Father Time has never lost. You know that, right? But you're doing great. You look fantastic. Also with us are Representatives John McGuire. John, hi, John. Good. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, as I call him, even though he's a congressman. Special guy. John Joyce. John. Thank you, John. David Joyce. David. Thank you. And Guy Resenshaw. You know that Resenshaw. That's actually the way you pronounce it, you know. Nobody else gets it right. I got it right, but it's a hell of a name. And despite that, he's very successful at what he does, which is politics. And he's a great guy. Thank you, Guy. We have come together to this beautiful White House this evening for the annual Shamrock ceremony, a living symbol of the long and unique friendship between Americans and the Irish. And we're always going to have that friendship, just like we have a great friendship. We'll always have that very special friendship. This wonderful tradition dates back to 1952, when the first Irish ambassador to the United States sent President Truman a box of Shamrocks as a gesture of goodwill. You hear that, Walsh? The first. You're not the first. You're, I don't know what you are. What number are you? Do you have any idea? It's been a long time, right? Let's see. I could figure it out pretty easily. The bond between our nations as the old America itself, and it is as old as our country. So many Irish volunteers risked their lives in the American Revolution, and George Washington described Ireland as, quote, the friend of my country in my country's most friendless day, meaning Ireland stuck with us when we were not doing so well, when it was looking pretty bad. Irish heritage gave us the boldness of Andrew Jackson. I didn't know Andrew Jackson was Irish. The brilliance of F. Scott Fitzgerald, Henry Ford, and Walt Disney, and the leadership of the late, great President Ronald Reagan. It was men and women of Irish descent who built the hallowed halls of Notre Dame University. Notre Dame is great. What a great place. The legend of the Boston Red Sox and the golden arches of McDonald's. That's right. Today, 1 in every 10 Americans trace their roots back to the old country. We're discussing we have 5 million people living in Ireland, but we have 35 million people living here, right, of Irish descent. That's a pretty interesting statistic. I was looking at all these great dancers over here. You are very beautiful. Are you all great dancers, right? Look at that. Young, great dancers. Wow. That's great. Did you perform for the group before? Because I heard somebody was doing really fantastic. They said these people are fantastic. I didn't get to see you. Do you want to do it again? Well, we might have them do it again. I heard you did a fantastic job. Thank you. As we celebrate Irish American Heritage Month, we're grateful to be joined by hundreds of these proud patriots right here today. And I know them from personal experience that many of the people that we have here, they're just fierce. They have fierce Irish flame. We call it, you never give up. You never, ever give up. Oh, I even see Don. Hello, Don. You are definitely Irish, Don McGann. You are definitely an Irishman. There's no question about that. But you never give up. We will never give up ever, right? For the young ones, ever. Because you never know what's going to happen, you know? Just a little bit more effort and you get there. Look at what happened to me. A lot of people said this was not a possibility. They said that was going to be a tough race, and we won in a landslide, and let's keep it that way, right? And we're having a great time bringing our country back and bringing it back at a level that people had no idea was going to take place this rapidly, this quickly. And a lot of our great people that are secretaries and the people working in the administration are here, and they're doing a fantastic job, so I want to thank all of you. 5 blocks east of where we are today, that spirit once helped save the very heart of the city's Irish-American community. You all know about it. During the War of 1812, British forces rampaged through the streets of Washington, burning every building in their path. Every single building was being burned down. Almost every one fled, but not Father William Matthews of St. Patrick's Church, which was built to serve the Irish workers who came to build the Capitol and the White House. They were building the White House, and they formed a great bond. And they were doing the pretty important buildings, the White House and the Capitol. I would say that's about as good as it gets. As the fire spread, the priest and the group of his parishioners said that we're just going to have to barricade ourselves in. We're going to have to do something because it's really bad. It's really dangerous in here. And inside the church, they climbed to the roof, armed with only buckets of water. That's the only thing they had. And the other thing they had was faith in God. They had a big faith in God. They said, God will never do this to us. Risking their lives, they defended the church. And more than 2 centuries later, St. Patrick still stands as a beautiful testament to their incredible resolve and bravery. And the patron saint of the Emerald Isle, and that's what it is, St. Patrick. So we have St. Patrick's Day, and we remember their courage, and we honor the bravery of countless Irish Americans who have kept our country safe, strong, prosperous, and free. And I made a little talk with my friend right behind me before at the Capitol, and they gave me one statistic that they don't have here. I thought it was an amazing statistic. 50% of the people that won the Congressional Medal of Honor were Irish. Can you imagine? And I want to check on that. Because that sounds to me, it's just that. I want to, Pam, would you please have that investigated? Because how is that possible? Seriously, how is that possible? I was very surprised to see that, Mary. Would you agree that that's possible? With the Irish, anything? With the Irish? No, think of it. The Congressional Medal of Honor is the highest award you can get in this country. And 50%, well, you also have the Presidential Medal of Freedom. But I will say the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it's much easier to, I mean, you get it for achievement in something, but you don't have to take many, many bullets, although there has been one bullet that was, there's been one bullet that was not too good. I'm the only one, the presidential, that got that. But think of that, 50% of the people that received the Congressional Medal of Honor had Irish heritage and were involved in some form with the Irish, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty big statement. In closing, I want to remember one more Irish-American patriot our nation lost this week. In 1979, Anthony R. Dolan, some of you know that name, a lot of the people that work in the White House know it very well, became the youngest ever Pulitzer Prize winner for his reporting on government corruption in Stamford, Connecticut. In 1981, he became the chief speechwriter to President Reagan, whom he served for 8 years. That's a long time. That's the full time, 8 years, coining the phrase evil empire. That was his word. That's a very famous, people aren't here. The evil empire was a very profound statement. Tony served as a White House advisor throughout my first term and most recently was a special assistant to President on domestic policy and the Domestic Policy Council. He passed away early Monday morning, and his family is devastated, to be honest. They're devastated. A couple of the family members are here, but they're devastated. He was a great person, great, brilliant writer, and so he will be very greatly missed. And Tony is looking down on us right now, and he was so proud of what he did and his heritage. He was so proud of his heritage. So I want to thank him and his family for the incredible job they did. Once again, let me wish everyone a very happy St. Patrick's Day. And with that, I would like to ask Taoiseach Martin to say a few words. He's a very, very special man in Ireland. As you probably know, he's a very popular guy, which is not easy in Ireland. And it's an honor to have both Mary and Michael here with us because we really, we've gotten to know each other very well, and they're great people. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump, distinguished guests, it is a singular honour to represent the people of Ireland as we gather to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The time-honoured tradition of the Shamrock Bowl ceremony is an important moment to reflect upon the relationship between our two countries. Mr. President, as you said on an earlier St. Patrick's Day, and I quote, "Through trial and triumph, ups and downs, thick and thin, the extraordinary Irish people have stood by America's side, and America will always stand by theirs." Our peoples have stood side by side for a long time. And next year, the United States marks the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Of the 56 signatories of that historic document, 3 were born on the island of Ireland, and many others were of Irish descent. Since then, Irish America has been at the heart of shaping this great nation. The ideals of liberty, democracy, and equality of opportunity forged in this country did much to inspire Irish independence. Our histories are interconnected because our people are interconnected. Today, as the President has said, more than 30 million people claim Irish ancestry in the United States. Those who came to America seeking refuge from poverty and hunger at home worked hard. They helped build the railroads that connected this country and the skylines that defined it. Others served their communities and their adopted home as firefighters, teachers, nurses, doctors, policemen and soldiers. Irish people can now be found in almost every industry and community across the United States. Mr. President, Irish Americans have lived the American dream. I saw that for myself earlier this week in the great state of Texas, where I met Governor Greg Abbott, attended South by Southwest, and learned about exciting economic opportunities that abound in the Lone Star State. I met with Texan-based companies using Ireland as a gateway into the European market, as well as the Irish companies investing in and buying from Texas. All across the United States, men and women go to work every morning in Irish-owned companies. These companies play a key role in the US economy, operating in every sector, in every state. Some of your great American manufacturing companies count Irish buyers as their top client, with order books worth many billions of dollars supporting the jobs of thousands of fantastic American workers. Ireland is now in the top 10 as a source of foreign direct investment in the United States. Not bad for a small island. Ireland likes to trade with the United States, and the United States likes to do business with Ireland because we are strong and reliable partners. Mr. President, let's do even more and better together. In the past, Irish labourers came to help build the new republic, the beacon on the hill. They even built this beautiful White House. They built the roads and the railroads that made this mighty union possible. Today, Irish companies are building the infrastructure connecting the United States in the 21st century. Throughout our great shared history, Ireland has played a role in bringing America closer. In doing so, we've been proud to help make this country great. Mr. President, American companies continue to invest in Ireland, where our access to the European market, talented workforce, and consistent and stable business environment makes us one of the best places in the world to do business. And just like our peoples and cultures, our economies are deeply interconnected. Investment in Ireland helps American companies sell their products across the world. Our island is home to a people with an outward perspective, generations of whom have looked to the United States for opportunity and inspiration. We've built prosperity through free and fair trade with partners all over the world, and particularly here in these United States. Let us continue to build on that foundation, bringing ever-growing prosperity to both our great peoples. Let us continue to work together to make sure that we maintain that mutually beneficial two-way economic relationship that has allowed innovation and creativity and prosperity to thrive. Mr. President, on St. Patrick's Day in 1981, in this House, President Ronald Reagan spoke of a just and peaceful solution to the conflict in Northern Ireland. And that was the start of an extraordinary journey. 17 years later, after enormous effort and commitment and dialogue and disagreement and sheer perseverance, we signed the Good Friday Agreement. We signed a just and lasting peace into being. And the United States of America was at the very center of that magical moment of hope and inspiration. Successive presidents, Republican and Democrat, cared enough to put in the late nights, the persuading, the cajoling, the negotiating, the encouraging, the influencing. And Mr. President, 3,720 people were killed in that conflict, and close to 50,000 people were injured. In per capita terms, that's many millions of Americans. And just imagine that for a moment in terms of the scale of what happened. It was the support of the United States of America that was essential in bringing that to an end. One of the greatest achievements of American foreign policy, with heartfelt commitment from both sides of the aisle. The story of peace in Ireland is one that we wrote together. We know building peace is a difficult and painstaking task, but when the mighty United States of America puts its shoulder to the wheel, There is no mountain it cannot move. Mr. President, I welcome the unrelenting focus and energy you have brought to the search for peace in Ukraine and in the Middle East since your first days in office. In my view, there is nothing more noble, President, than the pursuit of peace, and this is what you are doing. Ireland is ready to work with you and our international partners to end conflict and especially to bring just, lasting and sustainable peace to the people of Ukraine and the people of the Middle East. Conflict and war hurt the most vulnerable. Too many children in particular have died in Gaza, in Israel, in Sudan, and too many children have been abducted in Ukraine. Let us together never cease to strive for peace, prosperity and opportunity for all the world's children. That would be an extraordinary achievement for the transatlantic relationship and an extraordinary legacy for the ages. Mr. President, County Clare is one of the most beautiful places on this earth. And Doonbeg is one of its finest jewels. One of Ireland's finest poets, and we've had a few, as you know, wrote of the beauty of County Clare along the flaggy shore in September or October, when the wind and the light are working off each other. And Heaney wrote of how Ireland can catch the heart off guard and blow it open. I have been to that part of Clare, and I know that that is true. Mr. President, I hope that we can welcome you to Ireland soon to catch your own heart off guard. You know better than anyone the beauty of Doonbeg, a place that would take anyone's breath away. Gorov Mila Amahagut, Banachdi na Fela Podrig Oruv Galer. Thank you very much indeed, and happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. Thank you. Time-honored tradition, I'm going to present the bowl of Shamrock to President Trump.
That's it. All right, so I thought they were going to take questions, but it appears that's not happening. It appears that they're just, that's it. It's over. No questions. Oh, well, it is what it is. I mean, the guy gave us a bush, the Shamrock, which I guess is the good luck charm and everything. So let's just take that and be the best of it. A lot of stuff going on today. Before I go, let me go ahead and make sure that I read this. CB Distillery's VIP sale is on. For a few days only, you can save up to 50% on everything with the code RUMBLE. If better sleep, less stress, and pain relief after exercise sounds good to you, you need to hear about CBD from CB Distillery. They have plant-based solutions for just about everything: sleep, stress, mood and focus, even pain after exercise. All made with high-quality, clean ingredients. If you haven't used CBD, this might be something that you might want to check out, because they even have CBD for pets. Many of you are already feeling the difference, especially with their sleep products. I know that for a fact. Personally, my favorite product is the one that helps you sleep. And also, I forget the actual name, but there's one that really helps with knee pain. As a former football player, the CBD oil really, really helps. I can actually tell you that. Look, if you're still tossing and turning at night or struggling with another health concern, make the change to CB Distillery. And now's your chance to save big with using the code RUMBLE. But this deal won't be around long, so don't wait. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code RUMBLE to save up to 50% on everything. It's that simple. Just go to cbdistillery.com, enter the code RUMBLE, and you'll be able to get 50% on everything. If you haven't used any CBD oils or sublinguals, now might be a chance for you to see for yourself how this is going to help you sleep, how it's going to help you with pain, all kinds of things like that. The cbdistillery.com using the code RUMBLE. Not available, however, in Idaho, Iowa, and South Dakota. All right, so that being said, let's go ahead and well, I might as well go ahead and finish off where I was. And it's not a whole lot to go, but we're going to go with it. So one of the titles of today's show, I told you, was about the Democrats being in big trouble, which is going to basically be amplified at this point with them not being able to get the deal done today. They're going to close the government as it is right now, which is going to make it even worse. You know what else is going to make it worse before I get to that? They are forcing President Trump to do something he probably doesn't want to do. He's going to have to do something that will indeed take us further into this civil war. I keep telling you, but every single day something happens to make me see even further that we are indeed in a civil war. SB sent me this. Breaking. A federal judge in D.C. has just ordered the release of 2 Venezuelan illegals who were arrested by ICE for illegally crossing the southern border. Remember, these people are from the Tres Leches, and he's like, let them go. This is insane. Activist judges are now preventing the president from enforcing laws. We need judicial impeachments now. It's inevitable. I think you have to, when you see stuff, and it says a judge, specifically, immigration is under the purview directly of the President of the United States. And you have judges on they're the ones who are ignoring the Constitution. If President Trump has taken his oath, he has no choice but to defy this order. In fact, he should send Pam Bondi, get her out of that Ireland event, and go arrest him. You just violated the Constitution of the United States, and you're letting criminals go? Stephen Miller posted about it as well. Lawless judicial tyranny. Judges have no authority to force the executive branch to provide classified secrets to Democrat activist law firms. So what's he talking about? Well, we got another crazy thing. A federal judge has blocked President Trump from revoking the security clearance of Perkins Coie, the law firm which helped develop the Russia hoax. These activist judges have to go. So let me just break this down for you. These judges have decided President Trump will have no power. None. He has to ignore them. If it's a constitutional crisis and the media wants to say that, that's fine. You're telling me he can't determine who can or can't be given classified secrets for the United States. We don't have a president if he can't operate. These judges have decided this is the Democrat plan. I've told you, they have nothing. They are not the opponent. The opponent right now is the court system. And he's going to have to. I mean, they're leaving it. They want this fight. They want it to seem like it's such a civil unrest chaos. He has no choice. You control the Department of Justice. The control the Border Patrol. You control the NSA. You control the CIA. You control the FBI. At this point, you're going to have to do something. Which even more so is kind of scary. Because he's going to have no choice but to defy these judges. There's no possible way these gang members can just be let free across the country. There can be no possible way that people have to... You're forcing the government to give you classified secrets. How can you force the government to keep a security clearance? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So understand what's going to have to happen here. You may want to start looking at, and I'm not being overly dramatic. That's overly dramatic. You may want to invest in some pew-pews because stuff is about to get crazy. Just from those two things, you're telling me you can't keep... You have to release this Tres Leches out of jail? You can't stop somebody from getting private information about the United States because you don't control that? What does the president control? They are saying, hey, you understand the Constitution says you control immigration, but you know what? We don't really want you to. We understand that your first and primary job is to protect Americans, but you know what? We don't really want you to. We are in a very bad situation. There's no way around it. No way around it. The Democrats are done. They have nothing. And at this point, they are relying on the courts to just run cover. It'll never stay. Well, I can't even say that. Who knows what Amy Coney Barrett. I don't know what's going to happen. You get stupid stuff like this. Breaking. A jab company registered to a post office box run by two former Biden staffers received $28 million in the final months of the Biden administration. $28 million. They don't even have an office. They just have a P.O. box. They used to work for Biden, and now they just walked away with $28 million of your money. Man, oh man, it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. I don't know where it ends. This one here was about Act Blue. Biden's Treasury Secretary stonewalled Congress refusing to release Act Blue information. Secretary Bissett releases the evidence, and the top 7 executives at the company resigned. Wonder what they're worried about. Last month, at least 7 top Act Blue executives suddenly resigned with the demise of billions of taxpayer dollars flowing from U.S. aid to Democrat-aligned NGOs. A curious thing began to happen. Small dollar donations to Act Blue evaporated. The question comes, what did Act Blue executives know, and when did they know it? How much did they steal? This is coming to a head. The crescendo is now building. You can actually see it. It's palpable. This can't be sustained. It's going to get to a danger point if it's not there already. How can you possibly be telling the people of America that your president has no power and you're some district judge in some D.C. courtroom and you're saying he's got to do this and that? That's not how it's supposed to work, people. We all got screwed and nothing will happen. It's nothing but gum flapping to piss us off. Let me ask you a question. What will you do if it's not? Let me ask you again. What are you prepared to do when there comes a time when President Trump decides to ignore these orders? And it turns into, I don't know, Mad Max out here. And crazy things happen. Are you prepared? Because right now you're saying you're pissed off. Okay, so how pissed off are you? What are you going to do to protect America? Because now it's going to be on us. These judges don't care. Every single day, every other hour, here comes another one saying, nope, you can't do that. You're the president. I don't care. I'm a judge. Man, handcuffs, handcuffs, handcuffs. It's going to be more than handcuffs. I'll tell you what's going to happen. You think the Democrats right now are the ones out there throwing stones, doing crazy stuff? How much more do they expect the American public to take? The Democrats seem to think they have carte blanche, and like the other man said, nothing is ever going to happen. How long do you think it'll be before people start saying, I've had enough of you. I've had enough. What do they think is going to happen? Well, they already know we're in a civil war. You cannot debate it anymore. You can't say, Barry, you're being overly dramatic. If you think that's what's going on, then you're not paying attention. You are being absolutely obtuse if you don't see that we are in a civil war. It's already begun. Where does it go from here? I can't tell you. Not going to happen. No, we'll take arms up against the president. Oh, no. I was talking the other way around. I was talking how much longer before patriotic Americans tell these judges that it ain't happening no more. That's what I'm not talking about them taking arms against the president. They don't want MAGA to really show up. Actually, they do, but they made a big mistake because Trump's now in charge of the military, and maybe they'd be able to quell an uprising in a blue area. But what are they going to do when some of these judges? I don't even want to think. It is absolutely pew-pew time. I'm seeing Alex Jones being threatened. I'm seeing one of his writers got killed. I'm seeing people get swatted. And I'm like, man, you see where this is headed? They're shooting Tesla dealerships. Shooting cars. My 9 is on my side all the time. Yeah, I feel bad for people who live in a state where you're not allowed to carry. Martial law getting closer. What's a blue area? Blue area? Are you kidding me? A blue area meaning, run by Democrats. Because that's where all this stuff is happening. They're running to the courts. What they know, at this point, they know which judge is going to do what they need him to do. It's crazy. They really want MAGA to act. And I know Trump doesn't want to see things fly off the handle, but they're flying off the handle. We're watching it. You're telling me they have to release criminals back into the wild. You're telling me, with no uncertain circumstances, that a outside law firm must keep their security clearance, even if they've shown to be, not trustworthy. I'd say no. I'm not turning it back on. No. I'm not. Well, you want to release these trace leges? Let everybody know when you're releasing them. Good luck with that. And now on top of all that, you want to shut down the government? Good luck with that. You got nothing. Tim Burton, let me start this Dems in Trouble segment. Let's watch this. Let's go ahead and finish this.
The Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems. When you look at the people up there, they all had difficulty, very serious difficulty. But when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There was no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats.
Serving the people of New Hampshire, first as state senator, then as governor, and now in the United States Senate, is an incredible honor. New Hampshire is where Billy and I chose to start our family, raised our 3 daughters, and now we're watching our grandchildren grow up. I ran for public office to make a difference for the people of New Hampshire. That purpose has never and will never change. But today, after careful consideration, I'm announcing that I have made the difficult decision not to seek re-election to the Senate in 2026. It's just time. To my remarkable and dedicated staff, and to all those who have partnered with us over the years, thank you. Together we have made a difference. Above all, thanks to my family, who have always been by my side. To my husband, Billy, who's been there through good times and bad. Our daughters, Stephanie, Stacy, and Molly. Our sons-in-law, Craig, Ryan, and Hugh, and our 7 wonderful grandchildren. They're the best. There are urgent challenges ahead, both here at home and around the world. And while I'm not seeking re-election, believe me, I am not retiring. I am determined to work every day over the next 2 years and beyond to continue to try and make a difference for the people of New Hampshire and this country. I hope you'll join me in that effort. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, New Hampshire. Listening to your stories, being your champion, working with you on the tough fights has been the honor of a lifetime. And we'll keep at it.
But I do have a second.
Winners don't quit. We're seeing something happening that is beginning to permeate. These Democrats, in case you don't know who that was Senator Shaheen from, what city? New Hampshire. She's like, I'm out. I'm done. Why? Well, Tim Burchett has been talking a lot lately. And he says that several Democrats with very high net worth have already said they won't run for Congress next cycle. What's changed? He's dropping these breadcrumbs and he keeps telling people who will listen, yeah, there's something going on here. There's really something going on here. The grift is up and they don't know what to do because Doge has found them. Look into her history and find out the millions and tens of millions she's pocketed or her family has pocketed. Scott Presler posted this. He goes, 3 Democrat senators have announced they are not seeking re-election in 2026. Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota, and now Jeanne Shaheen from New Hampshire. It just keeps getting worse for the Democrats. These are all swing states. You see, they know at this point it's over. They're never going to advance and be these people who are quitting are not the kind of people who are going to advance for a presidential run. So they're done, and they know what they've done. They know at this point it's just a matter of time. It's not an if. And so they're hoping to get out of Dodge before everything burns down. The Democrat Party is so much in trouble. The media is so much in trouble. And you're seeing the effects that's happening because the judges are now having to cover for these people because the Democrats are folding tent. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, we've cheated as much as we can. We've stolen as much as we can. And I'm getting the hell out of here. And it's happening over and over and over. And the media, of course, well, they're just as bad.
Patricia, I really need to know. One of the things that I've been finding, we got into it a little bit in the discussion, but one of the issues that we're having is, and it's something here, I need your help on something. I need your help because all I seem to be doing lately is fighting back against.
In case you guys don't know, this is Doug Collins, who is the new VA Secretary of the Veterans Administration, and not sure who this woman is, but she's a reporter. And she messed up. She decided she was going to go have an interview with him after she talked crap about him on her paper or website or whatever. And he came with the receipts, and he's about to deliver them.
Innuendo and rumor stories. And this is what I seem to be fighting about all the time. In fact, Patricia, part of it is with you.
I'm sure.
And I just need your help because when you start headlines with, there's a rumor going around, and that we've heard that hurts my veterans. That scares my veterans. That scares my employees because it's not true. Will you commit to not doing that in the future?
Well, there was a Doge representative that day.
I have a VA employee who is our Doge liaison. You knew that and you could ask that question.
I did ask that question.
But you got the answer. But my question here is, I need you to commit to not starting off rumors began circulating.
I mean,
well, if it's either true or false, Patricia. And then you go to Patty Murphy, saying that we've heard and we have Doge may have barged into the VA today. Unconfirmed hearsay. You know what you'd have done if I was a member of Congress and probably done that? Unconfirmed report. But you didn't put unconfirmed report.
Right.
So, Patricia, I want to work together with you.
Okay.
But I need you to commit to me that you're not going to do this.
I'm working on it, and I've been
What do you mean you're working on it? You either aren't going to do it anymore or not. It's a very simple question he posed to her. I need your commitment that says you're not going to work like this anymore. Otherwise, I got nothing to say to you. Period. Not, I'm working on it. No. Today, you don't do this crap anymore. She obviously can't say that because she's a subpar journalist. She is now stuck. The cameras are rolling, and he pulled out the receipts and confronted her head on. What are you going to do about it?
I have another question based on that. Thank you very much.
Now, I want to hear the answer first. Are you committing not to do rumors? Because you're scaring my VA employees about this.
That's fair.
And you're scaring my veterans.
Yeah,
That's unforgivable. That's not something I take lightly.
But if a rumor is different than if I have a source.
Then you source it to our PR people and let them know. Because you know something? I've got people who are reporting stuff right now who aren't even calling us. They don't even get something from. They don't even call us to check it.
Well, that's not right.
Well, this isn't right either.
Okay. Well, that's fair. But I did call about that.
Good.
I did call about
And you got the answer. But yet you still report it as a rumor.
Well, I didn't.
Okay. Which is it? Which is it? Is it a rumor or is it get confirmed?
Was that there is a Doge person there.
There is. Okay. Nobody has hid that from you. Nobody. We answered it, but it was reported as a rumor. I mean, you think about this.
Issue with parsing out my stuff,
in the headline of the story, Elon Musk. Hey, I don't care who wrote it.
I know.
But your byline.
I'm starting to push back on those, and
okay.
Are you starting to feel sorry for her? She's like, oh man, how do I get out of this? What do I do? Oh, it's your byline. I'm looking at it right here. What do you mean your source? You oh no, stop! Please make it stop. He's destroying my career on film.
But you think about what it says here. Elon Musk aide is now working at VA accessing computer systems. Ooh. I mean, that's a
true statement.
No, it is, because you know what? We don't make a Doge employee, which is funny because they're VA employees, a liaison. We don't also give them a
I was not told that.
We don't give
I was not told
but
it
you
was
wrote
a
the
Doge
article.
liaison. It
You wrote
told
the
it
article.
was a Doge employee, one Doge employee.
As we look at this, Patricia, I want you to know something. When you look at this headline and you're accessing computer systems, I want to work with you a lot as we go forward. We're going to have a lot of time together.
That's fair.
But I'm not going to have any reporter scaring my employees and scaring the veterans. And that's what this is doing. Let's get it right. I'm the most transparent VA secretary we've had yet. I'm on video. I'm on interviews. I do everything I possibly can to push back against everything I'm hearing. So we got a team that'll help you, but I need your commitment to help me too. Okay?
But then you also overnight have this.
The media, it sucks. What we're finding out, because there's new media, these people can be exposed constantly. And we hear them talk, and you can see that they're completely lost. These next couple of clips, you just saw her just get destroyed by Doug Collins. This next clip, some of you may have seen it, but there's something some of you may not be. I'll have to point out in this clip, because you won't believe what you're seeing here. Just listen to this.
Post claiming that protests at Tesla dealerships are illegal. He said today he would label violence against dealerships domestic terrorism. Now, you know I am judicious in how I play this sound, but I think you need to hear it from him.
Mr. President talks about some of the violence that's been going on around the country at dealerships. Some say they should be labeled domestic terrorists.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. Let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell.
So just to be clear.
Just to be clear, you're about to lie your ass off, right? Number two, which many people might not point out, is the woman in the dark hair sitting. This is MSNBC. The woman in the dark hair, as recently as last week, was a CNN plug. She just would come on and say whatever the Democrats wanted. So I guess she got booted off of CNN. She ran down the street and jumped into MSNBC's bed, and now her same job is to just basically nod and say stupid stuff. But nothing as stupid as what you're about to hear from this anchor.
You protest a private company, you are labeled by this administration a domestic terrorist.
Well, look at the math.
If you protest a private company, you're labeled a domestic terrorist. That's not what he said. That's not what's going on. These people are throwing Molotov cocktails. They are firing on Tesla dealerships, actual shooting at the windows, damaging cars. Hey, that's not a peaceful protest. That is far from a peaceful protest. You just lied to whatever number of people were watching your crappy show. Because no, he did not say you can't protest. He says you can't be violent and do terroristic acts. See, the problem is the Democrats, everything is okay. Hey, it's what? They burned up a Cybertruck. What's the big deal? It's peaceful. They shot some bullets into some glass. Nobody got hurt. It's peaceful. Man, I love what Tim Burchett does right here.
If Elon Musk says that he thinks he can find $1 trillion worth of waste, abuse, and fraud, why don't we let him try to see if he can find it? What does that hurt? You know, everybody's trying to be critical. They're attacking the message carrier. And you know the problem is that this money, you're going to see it going to politicians, and going out to these NGOs and all these organizations that they claim they're.
She knows she's on television, just like I know I'm sitting in front of a camera. She can't or won't look at him. Look at her. She doesn't even want to hear what this congressman is saying to her. Completely disrespectful. She couldn't be more disrespectful unless she spit at him. Not paying any attention to him. I don't care what you have to say. Unbelievable.
Doing a good job, and it's coming right back to Washington and possibly both parties. And I think that's what a lot of these.
Look, the whole time he's talking. Not even looking. Not paying the man any respect. None. I mean, he's a congressperson.
People are afraid of. They're going to get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and some of these people need to be in handcuffs because Medicaid and Medicare should be a sacred group of people, and we should not be stealing from any group that is trying to help that community, and that is what has happened. We just had a meeting just now in oversight. There are 7 days. Somebody said, well, it's just so infantile, it's so small. And then it turned out, I asked, what is it a percentage? And they said 7 to 8%, over $150 billion. That is being misdirected or stolen or whatever through fraudulent or human error.
I'm just trying to have
Why don't you embrace that? Why don't you all at CNN want?
I'm trying to do a little math with you. I'm trying to do some math with you, talking about math that people.
You all do not support one cut. CNN, you all do not support one dadgum cut in any of this stuff. You're trying to use the lowest denominator. You're trying to scare the most people to drive the train against Trump, and it's not working. The American people are not buying it. And you all have made a huge error in this because
we're looking at
unbelievable waste.
I'm looking at the numbers.
No,
I'm looking at
No, ma'am.
I'm looking at the numbers that Doge has put out themselves.
You dead gum. They can't take it. This is what I keep telling you guys. Start putting stuff out there. Talk. Say what you need to say. He called it the first time I've actually seen anybody say it. Y'all don't like any cuts, do you? Not one. Head goes down, looking around, trying to do the math. Forget the math. Is there anything being cut that you're like, yeah, that I could see that? Nope. It is 100% resistance. Why? Why is it 100%? Because they have to cover for the Democrats, and they can't. There are no people on the left who are Democrats, who are actual thinking people, who see the vastness of these numbers and go, that's all right. They've lost complete credibility. CNN, MSNBC, CBS, they've done themselves so wrong. At this point, nobody believes them. And you're starting to see Trump's numbers keep going like that because I started this show today by talking to you about the contrast. And the contrast is so clear. You're telling me I'm looking at a banana, but what I'm really looking at is an orange. And you're trying to convince me that this orange is a banana. And you're insulting my intelligence because I can see the orange. Well, nothing's wrong. It's the Department of Education, and we don't teach kids. It's not about everything. I mean, literally everything they say is complete BS. It doesn't end. Yeah, okay. Oops, my bad. It just goes on and on and on. I don't get it. I don't know how they think that they're going to win with this kind of strategy. And then the only way that they can win at this point is indeed to have the judges do stupid stuff. Math is racist. I'm trying to do some math in here. What time did she get the numbers? Because they constantly change. They're riding donkey off the edge of a cliff. They are. And then the only reason I show you this stuff is because I pretty much figure you're not watching it. But at the same time, you can actually see the nervousness. It's palpable. She wouldn't even look him in the face. The other chick from MSNBC lying about protests being terroristic when that's not what they're doing. They're shooting at stuff. They're burning things. And they just tell their audience lies. Constant. It's unbelievable. Time to stop pharmaceutical. Liberalism is a mental disorder, and people are starting to see it, absolutely. The MSM continues to pervert the language, hoping dumb Americans will be gaslit and be part of the resistance. And that's slimming, getting slimmer by the day. Everyone see the impeached Trump website, not even 60 days in. Yeah, they're crazy. They're absolutely nuts. It's scripted. The media, all of them read from the same script. Absolutely. It's so bad. It's so bad. All right, so before I get out of here, let's go ahead and do not evening 10. Yeah, it's evening. It's 6:47. Okay, so we're going to do the 10, and there's some really good stuff in here I want you guys to see.
Here's the big finish. 10 stories that you just gotta hear. Number 10.
Yeah, Julie, what's your reaction to this Tesla stunt? Is it ironic that the president is now touting electric vehicles?
I mean, first of all, it's not legal. Let's start with that. Second, we can't do this on the property of the White House. It's federal property. Second, really, the president is basically a car salesman now. It's just astounding with everything that's going on. Literally, with everything that's going on in the world, he's taking time out of his day to array 4 or 5 Teslas on the White House.
Oh, I made a mistake. This was about Trump. So the picture I have of the other president driving a car at the White House is illegal, right? It's not supposed to happen. Turning the White House into a car dealership. Oh my.
Lawn and basically act like a showroom salesman. By the way, I don't know who he thinks is buying Teslas, but I can guarantee you that they're out of reach, many of them, for the average Trump voter. So I'm not sure who in the MAGA universe he's urging to buy Teslas, because Teslas consistently, in previous iterations, were bought by wealthier, more
Environmentally
environmentally conscious people. And so, if he's
trying... There's a couple of problems here as you're watching not Trump, but Joe Biden walk across the lawn to, test drive a Jeep. What she just said is, you're too broke to buy a Tesla. MAGA, you're broke. You can't buy Teslas. Talk about painting something with a broad brush. She just said that. You're broke. You got no money. Why is he even chummy with Elon Musk? But meanwhile, let's continue. Where's Joe going?
To now get MAGA to go buy Teslas, I think that's not going to be very successful. But it does underscore that the protest against Tesla and the fact that the market is driving Tesla down is really having an effect on Elon Musk in a truly tangible way. Otherwise, the President of the United States would not be coming out and taking time out of his day to effectively sell Teslas to the
Well, and this is, Mark, one brand, one type of car that affects one business owner, Elon Musk, but other U.S. automakers are saying, what the heck? I mean, here's a quote from another automaker here in the U.S. telling NBC News, Tesla has benefited more from tax.
How many people believe this? Here's a quote from a major automaker. You mean like the guy who was sitting in front of the computer when you decide to go on? That guy, he's a major. Tesla has benefited. Now the White House is marketing Tesla's vehicles. What's next? I don't know. Maybe Joe Biden will come out of retirement and drive a Jeep around.
Taxpayer money than any other car maker by far. Now the White House is marketing Tesla vehicles. What's next?
I think that's exactly the right irony. The reality is that for many of us, we've opposed not Teslas, we've opposed taxpayer subsidies of electric vehicles, believing the marketplace should be a place people can choose what they want, but it shouldn't be subsidized by average Americans to pay for what wealthy Americans can afford. And so that's been our position. Now,
Number 9.
In case you didn't know that guy was, let me see, Mike Pence's chief of staff, I believe his chief of staff, Mike Pence's, and they put him on MSNBC. To say that, president shouldn't be, driving a vehicle and promoting anything if it's Donald Trump. Only Joe Biden can do that.
Hi, everyone. This is Brooke Rollins coming to you from the United States Department of Agriculture here in Washington, D.C. for your Doge update. Until today, USDA was funding a $397,000 grant in the San Francisco Bay Area to educate queer, trans, and BIPOC urban farmers and consumers about food justice.
If I didn't hear that, I wouldn't have believed it. I hope you guys all got that terminology and lingo in there. They gave away $390 million to talk about farm justice to queer, LBT, BIPOC, people of color, farmers. $390 million. Because the lettuce needed some social justice.
And values-aligned markets. By stopping this wasteful spending here at USDA, we are ending identity politics and we are refocusing our agency on its core mission of supporting American farming, ranching, and forestry. Stay tuned for more updates coming soon.
I don't know if I could take more updates. What's the next thing you're going to tell me? Transformer strawberries? I mean, how much more is the American people supposed to take of this? $390 million. Hey, let me just report that we stopped the $390 million for LGBTQ farming, for lettuce justice. We got robbed so bad. It is now clear that we are nothing but people in the matrix to them. And you will eat the bugs, live in a pod, and own nothing. Because we are going to take your money. God help us on April 15th.
Number 8.
Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people. Great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
It's true. Thank you. I like that question.
I mean, so are you expecting?
Do you know who she is?
Yeah. I'm joking.
You better off not knowing.
President Trump.
Oh, he had. He trolled Rosie O'Donnell. Oh my goodness. I'm looking at some of the comments from the last section. They're like, hey man, how many LGBTQ transformer farmers are there? Well, enough to spend $390 million. So somebody got loaded. Hey, I have an idea. Let's start up a NGO and we're going to help the lettuce grow by letting it understand that we are woke. That'll be the best lettuce ever. How much you need? $390 million.
Number 7.
Just when you thought this might have been put to bed, it's not, because apparently some people think Doge is racist.
Yes, it's an attack on government, but it's also an attack on this government. What I mean by that is it's an attack on this government that used to be headed by a black man. It's an attack on this government that almost elected a black woman to the highest office in the land. It's an attack on a government that has been more welcoming and more supportive of people who have come to this country in search for a better life.
Numbers.
Now we're going to start talking about people who almost won. Oh, Doge is racist because of somebody who almost won. I can't make this stuff up. I got to show it to you because I see it, so you need to see it. Because I'm like, wait, what did he just say? The loser. Oh, it might be racist. What does that, number one, what does it have to do with Kamala Harris? Oh, God.
6.
When you come to the United States as a visitor, which is what a visa is, which is how this individual entered this country, on a visitor's visa, okay, you are here as a visitor. We can deny you that visa. We can deny you that if you tell us when you apply, hi, I'm trying to get into the United States on a student visa. I am a big supporter of Hamas, a murderous, barbaric group that kidnaps children, that rapes teenage girls, that takes hostages, that allows them to die in captivity, that returns more bodies than live hostages. If you tell us that you are in favor of a group like this, and if you tell us when you apply for your visa, and by the way, I intend to come to your country as a student, and rile up all kinds of anti-Jewish student, anti-Semitic activities. I intend to shut down your universities. If you told us all these things when you applied for a visa, we would deny your visa. I hope we would. If you actually end up doing that, once you're in this country on such a visa, we will revoke it. And if you end up having a green card, not citizenship, but a green card as a result of that visa while you're here in those activities, we're going to kick you out. It's as simple as that. This is not about free speech. This is about people that don't have a right to be in the United States to begin with. No one has a right to a student visa. No one has a right to a green card, by the way. So when you apply for a student visa, or any visa to enter the United States, we have a right to deny you for virtually any reason. But I think being a supporter of Hamas and coming into our universities and turning them upside down and being complicit in what are clearly crimes of vandalization, complicit in shutting down learning institutions. There are kids at these schools that can't go to class. You pay all this money to these high-priced schools that are supposed to be of great esteem, and you can't even go to class. You're afraid to go to class because these lunatics are running around with covers on their face, screaming terrifying things. If you told us that's what you intended to do when you came to America, we would have never let you in. And if you do it once you get in, we're going to revoke it and kick you out.
Not really. The judges say none of that matters anymore. They're just fine, upstanding young people. I understand they're raping and killing people, but what are you going to do? We got to let them stay.
Number 5.
How this happened? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. It's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say we should have the right. No. Men should not be. They're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not. And they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender. Everybody transgender. That's all you hear about. Now, that's why we won the election in record numbers. But very importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy so that Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands exactly. You guys did the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I think I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
Well, I don't know if these guys will have a problem with what he just said, but he's 100% correct. None of this makes any sense. We're talking about a very, 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 very small part of our population, and we've turned the entirety of the country upside down, even though it's close to a 90-10 issue at this point. The Democrats are focusing on the 10. I don't understand why. It is a sure way to lose elections. You're turning off the biggest part of your audience and saying, we're only going to focus here. The poll peoples and the people who have issues.
4. Around the country ever since the end of January, including here in Colorado, where this Tesla storefront was vandalized multiple times with Molotov cocktails and anti-Elon Musk graffiti. Lucy Grace Nelson.
I can't even say what I was going to say here. As she's showing the picture of Lucy. We can't even say what we're thinking. Lucy here decided it wanted to have a protest, but it's not violent. Not if it against Elon Musk. Lucy, huh?
Transgender woman now faces federal and state charges for the Colorado incidents. Dealers in some cities are also being protested. 9 arrested at this one in New York. President Trump offered his support to Musk at a White House event yesterday and agreed when asked if these attacks should be labeled domestic terrorism.
See, we're not clear enough as a country where we can speak openly about what you just saw. So I just have to be able to provide it to you, and then you can digest it on your own. Because the people still keep peeking over my shoulder going, so I'll just let you come to a conclusion about Lucy.
3. His first full month of his presidency, inflation dropped to 2.8% year over year, reduction of 0.2% month over month. The president also pointed out a moment ago with the Taoiseach of Ireland, Michael Martin, that egg prices are down 30% in recent days, and oil sits right now at about $67 a barrel. And that's something that consumers really care about.
Yeah, that's right, John. And it's a promise that President Trump is keeping to the American people. This administration is wholeheartedly focused every single day on driving down costs for the American people through massive deregulatory efforts and, of course, by unleashing American energy dominance, which we know will end the inflation nightmare created by the previous administration. And this CPI report today is welcome news, and it's not what the so-called experts or the mainstream media predicted. They continue to cast doubt on President Trump and his economic agenda, even though he has a proven record of it working in his first term. And if you look at that report today, inflation has gone down. The core inflation index is actually the lowest it's been in 4 years. Gas prices have fallen. Airline fares have fallen. And also today, we saw 2 massive companies announce new investments in manufacturing in the United States of America. The Japanese beer company Asahi announced new manufacturing, new jobs in Wisconsin. All of these companies are realizing that the United States of America is the best place to do business, the lowest taxes in the world. That's what they will have under this president.
SV just sent me a breaking story that I'm only going to be able to read it without expounding too much because it's going to piss me off. It's probably going to piss you off. And it's further evidence we're in a civil war. Further evidence that they're poking you in the chest. They're poking Trump in the chest. They're poking everyone in his administration. Poking them. They want what is probably going to happen. A federal judge, now understand when you digest this. A federal judge has just ordered Pete Hegseth to retract an ex-post. You can't even put up a post wherein you said you were disqualifying the Transformers from service. The same Biden judge also said the idea of just 2 you-know-whats is not correct. Pray some more, and then get ready. That's all I can tell you at this point. He can't even put up a post. You need to take the post down, retract it, say you were wrong, because there's more than just two. Yeah, shut these judges down. You can tell at this point, this is what they're doing. They are going to give Trump no option but to just go nuclear. And at that point, he's going to need all of our support, because the media, they know this is a fight that they're running. They're going for. This is they're making their last stand at this point. It's all in right now. They want January 6th on an epic scale. I don't know how Trump gets around this. It's unconstitutional, but in the meantime, they're doing it. So at this point, he's going to have to ignore this stuff. I'd go to jail fighting this. Yeah. Who do these judges think they are? I don't know, man. Am I not advocating violence? I'm just saying there's only so much you can continue to do to people before they just say, that's it. I'm done. I'm done playing nice. What did Dan Bongino always used to say? Cutesy time is effing over. You're telling me the Secretary of Defense of our military has to retract an ex-post because he said something that your demented mind doesn't agree with. And you're forcing your ideology on other people. Oh, no, there's more than two. What? No, it's these two. Oh, no. And then he said it's biologically incorrect. I mean, you could have said it's psychologically incorrect. How the hell do you say it's biologically incorrect? I got two more for you.
2.
When it comes to Russia right now, as you know, the president's team continues to be in correspondence with the Russians. In fact, our national security advisor, Mike Waltz, had a call with his Russian counterpart today in a pursuit of ending this war and striking a peace deal with Russia and with Ukraine. We had great progress on that front yesterday with the Secretary of State and our national security advisor having those peace talks in Saudi Arabia. The Ukrainians have finally agreed to a ceasefire and have agreed to this long-term peace plan, and we expect, we hope, and we urge the Russians to do the same, and our team is currently working on getting this done.
So in recent days, up until recent days, I guess, the president was being criticized for abandoning Ukraine, siding with Putin. Now a ceasefire appears to be potentially within grasp. What's the over and under there at the White House as to whether or not Putin bites on this?
Well, we certainly hope that he does. And again, our team has been working diligently on negotiating a peace plan that works for both sides to finally end this war. And in any good plan, any good deal, both sides are going to be a little bit happy about some things and maybe unhappy about others. But that's how you negotiate a good deal. And that's what Secretary of State Rubio and our national security advisor were working hard on yesterday in Saudi Arabia. And again, this is about long-term peace and stability. And look at the tremendous progress that has been made by President Trump and this incredible team. I mean, before President Trump came into office, there was zero chance of a peace deal. Nobody was even talking about that. The only talk about this war in the United States was about sending more blank checks for the American taxpayer, who are incredibly tired of funding this effort. And so it's only because of the leadership of President Trump and his peace through strength approach, which the American people and the whole world did see on display in front of the cameras in that Oval Office meeting with Zelensky, that we are now at a place, we are on the 10th yard line of peace in this nearly 3-year-long war. Thousands of people have died, and President Trump is working hard to end the bloodshed, and now it's up to the Russians to agree to this plan.
Unfortunately, none of what she just said really matters. It's fantastic news, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to show you another story that just popped up. And as you see this next story, which is probably worse than the last two that just popped up, you are going to have no doubt at this point that Elon Musk is not over the target. Many of you have heard this thing, oh, they're pissed off because you're over the target. Nope, he's not over the target. He's hit the target. He has absolutely found the target. What did Kyle Seraphin was to him? He said, Count Dracula, the vampire's lair. They found it. There's no doubt. They have decided without any equivocation, without a doubt, that now is the time they need to go after everything Elon Musk, everything Donald Trump, and they're going to use the court system to do it. They don't care. This must be stopped as far as they're concerned, and it must be stopped as far as we're concerned. They are now going way over the line of law. Wait till you see this. Oh my goodness. Breaking. Judge Tanya Chutkan has now ordered the doxing of all the Doge employees. Even after the death threats received by Elon Musk and his personnel, as well as the terror attacks on the Tesla showrooms, she has ordered for them to be doxed. This is insane. The leftists are trying to terrify Doge and its employees into submission. Do not relent. The American people have your back, Elon and Big Balls. Okay, now you know. Now you guys realize where we are. And I mean, I refreshed like 3 times, and it just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. Somehow they ripped off the Band-Aid today, and they said, okay, we're going all in with this lawfare. We got nothing to lose. And they don't. At this point, they realize they have nothing to lose. They have been caught. It's only a matter of time before the names start getting named. Those of you who say, I won't be satisfied until I start seeing arrest, well, you're not going to see the arrest because they are trying to stop everything in its place. It's no longer Pam Bondi. It's no longer Kash Patel that's causing issues. They are now fighting like the zombie vampires that they are because the light has been shown on their cave. And now we know for sure they have been found out. You can't doubt it. Even liberals can't doubt it. At this point, they realize it's a fight to the death right now. It is a battle royale. The Democrats as a political foe don't exist. At this point, these judges know, hey, we got to protect these people. Because they're like kids walking around with wet diapers. Poo-poo diapers. They can't do anything. And the courts now have decided they're going to do it for them. This is, and doxing people endangers lives. Straight up. I mean, Data Republican, she's already had to move. She needed to get protection. These people will not be able to walk the street. The nuts will go after them. Why is it that all these corrupt judges are minorities? It's crazy, because that's why they're there. That's the other thing. They are desperate. That's when things get really crazy. At this point, the Dems aren't losing. Actually, they are winning. No, they're not winning. What they're doing is forcing President Trump's hand. They feel, okay, maybe we can impeach him. There might be some closet Republicans who are on the take, so if they force his hand to do something, drastic, that they can impeach him and get rid of him. Wow. Congressional Republicans must impeach these judges, but that ain't going to work. Understand, when you impeach somebody, it's all just fanfare. It's all just pomp and circumstances. You're never going to get them out. Even if you do the different thing, it takes 60-something in the House to get them out. Nothing's going to happen. Plus, it's going to take forever. We don't have forever. We have to get this stuff done now. Now, I hope Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and his brain trust get together and decide the right course of action here. And the right course of action may indeed be ignore him. Let's go Andrew Jackson. You've got the precedent. You now have the precedent to just do what you need to do. No, the founders did not even consider this. That's why the 17th letter told us the military will be the only way forward. Now you're seeing that. Now you're actually seeing it. They are forcing this to happen. You don't have to take my word for it. Explain it. You're seeing the stupidest rulings come out. You can't do this. Well, what do you mean? I mean, it's the law. Nope, can't do it. I don't want you. And now you have a judge saying, put all these people's addresses out in the public. The Supreme Court must intercede. Wow. Two choices: ignore or martial law. Yep. Judges don't make the law, they interpret it. Well, they're interpreting it very badly because they can't do anything else. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Anyone know Judge Chutkin's address? I'm sure she doesn't want her address doxed. Man, what does dox mean? Dox means documents. They go out and they publish where somebody lives, where their bank account is, their phone number. Some of these hackers will then go ahead and find all kinds of stuff. And she just basically made an order and said, you got to give all that out to the public. So I didn't see the exact order, but you are purposely endangering somebody. I don't see how that would be able to stick. Man, this is really, really bad. Really bad. You guys can start looking around yourselves and going, seriously? You're doxing the Doge employees? You're okay with that? I feel like I'm in a communist country at this point. Lock and load. Lock and load. I got two more things, I think, here.
A Fox News alert and some breaking news from the FBI. Director Kash Patel posting on social media that a high-ranking official at Customs and Border Protection is facing criminal charges.
Patel saying, quote, a career director level employee allegedly attempted to defraud FEMA and allegedly lied to federal agents in the process.
It's a developing story, but now even more, you now know you're in a civil war. Now they're starting to arrest people. Remember what we talked about? And we heard Kyle Seraphin yesterday. In terms of priority, at this point, the dam has busted wide open. We got traitors, actual traitors. Traitors take priority over Jeffrey Epstein. They are dealing with people who are subverting the country. So those of you who are upset because, hey, Jeffrey Epstein's files, they haven't been released. Hey, let's work on finding the kids. But we have obvious traitors in this country. We're going to have to work together and get people to focus and go, yeah, it sucks. Epstein's files, they're there. But this crap, you have active members in these agencies that are stealing and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and these judges doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So when people say, hey, they're not arresting anybody, no, they're arresting people. Yeah, traitors are getting caught. Yep, we got, screw the Epstein files, we got much bigger problems. Much bigger problems. Treason definitely takes priority, all right? So, yes, Barry, we need a prayer night. Yeah, I'm working on that. Maximus, you're absolutely right. Treason takes, and now the worms, the snakes are starting to freak out. They're exposing themselves. And so now they're seeing, hey, man, where'd this money go? Because you got to believe that came from Doge. Hey, Cash, yeah, I got some guy who's a director of FEMA, and all that money we gave FEMA ended up in his bank account. Hey, Cash, I got these guys who are selling secrets to the Chinese. Can you imagine the stuff that you're not hearing? Everybody's focused on these Epstein files, but everyone's not with the stuff that you're not seeing happen. Can you imagine the mushroom cloud of stuff that they've just walked into and went poof? And they're like, oh my God, look at these people. And for this guy to be arrested so quick, so quick, they got to him real quick. Oh, here's the money. Oh, it's still sitting in his account. Remember what Kyle said yesterday. They got all kinds of ways to sniff on you. And so they're sniffing. So this last story, before we go, is something, I don't know if you guys know John Rich. John Rich from the country singer. His big band was called Big and Rich. Had a bunch of hits. And he's also a big-time producer in Nashville. And he asked people on X if they would share this story. This isn't part of the 10, but it's just a story that I think you need to hear. Understand that this woke mind virus has infected so many different areas of the country. In fact, this one here was in Nashville, Tennessee. Listen to this.
Hey friends, your buddy John Rich here. I'm on spring break with my family and I had to stop what I was doing and make this video. I just learned about a situation in Nashville that is absolutely making me furious to think about it. There's two brothers, Jordan and Seth Duggar, D-U-G-G-E-R. You probably don't know of them. They're not famous guys, but they are a band. And they're extremely talented, great songwriters, and friends of mine. And a few months ago, I went in the studio with them and I produced a song on them that they wrote called True Colors. The line is, my true colors are red, white, and blue. So this is a pro-America patriot song. And they decided they're ready to put the song out. So they started reaching out to some media outlets. One of them was WSMV in Nashville, which is one of our big news stations. And the station said, yeah, guys, come on in. We'd love for you to play the song. So they're so excited. They get to go play True Colors in the Nashville area. So a lot of music industry people are going to see that. But then they get an email from WSMV basically telling them, guys, we didn't realize what the lyrics were in the song. We find these lyrics to be too politically biased. Too politically biased from a news station. So we're not going to let you play that song, but you can come in and play another song if you want to. And so the guys called me and they said, can you even believe this? What should we do? I said, well, under no circumstances do you kiss the ring of some liberal, commie-acting news organization like WSMV telling you that your freedom of speech doesn't mean anything to them, that they're going to dictate what you get to sing. Under no circumstances do you go in and play anything else. So they didn't. So I told them I would tell their story and get the word out to you. Keep watching this video because it's going to go into them. They're actually going to read the email that they got here just in a few seconds. So here is what I'm asking for. All of my friends in conservative media across the board, if you would like to interview me and the Duggar Band and get more on this story, you know how to get a hold of us. You know who represents me, so give her a shout. Me and the boys would love to come on and tell you this story, but can you even believe this is still going on? This is still happening. You write a pro-America song and they're trying to cancel you, they're trying to censor you and shut you down? 100%. How do we respond to that, country music fans, all the people that follow me and all the rest of the conservative folks on X? How do we respond to that? I know one way, download their song. That link is in this post. Click it. I think it's $1.29. How about we send them to the top of the download charts one time? And by the way, tag WSMV in all these posts. And if you're in the media, give us a shout. I don't care what I'm doing. This is important. The culture war continues, and we cannot let them get away with this, all right? Here's a few words from the Duggar Band.
We're set to perform our new single, True Colors, on a TV program called Today in Nashville on WSMV. However, we just received this email from the station. So sorry that I didn't raise this flag before. We're just now really looking into the lyrics of the song. The song does cross a political line that we as a station just can't cross. We as a show and a station do not allow any politically biased songs on either side of the line. We're going to have to ask the band to perform a different song on Wednesday. We can still mention that they recently released it, but we will still need to explore a different song to perform. Please let us know if you have any questions or how we can help make this change.
We wrote this song because we're proud to be Americans and we're tired of people putting the USA down. I'll quote the lyrics from the chorus of our song, True Colors. I ain't leaving here. I'm an 8th generation. God-fearing, blue-collar, with the flag waving. I don't wait for the 4th of July. It's year-round, lifelong American pride. Right here, right now, I'm drawing the line. If this country ain't something you can stand behind, then that's the difference between me and you, because my true colors are red, white, and blue. We decided not to perform a different song on WSMV because our freedom of speech is worth more than their publicity.
True Colors is available on all platforms, and if the people want to make their voices heard, please share this post.
I felt that was the least I could do, was to cut that and put it on here so you guys could all see it, because this is crazy. It's absolutely crazy what's going on, and your message is too patriotic that people might get offended on a country music station in Nashville, where country music basically has been born, and you can't play a patriotic song in Nashville? We're in really bad trouble. Luckily tonight, the kids and Ashley will be here. I don't know if they're on their way to the airport right now. Let me go ahead and do these super chats, because my wife knocked on the door. I got to get ready. We got to get everything squared away before the kids get here. What the hell is happening here, man? What the hell is happening? Okay, Barry, how long do you think before we see a significant change in gas prices in California? They should already be lower in California, because obviously it's right there on the coast. I mean, you got a big port, so I'm not sure why it isn't. Oh yeah, I do. You got Gavin Newsom. Velez Service, Barry, have you seen the video from Paul Harvey, If I Were the Devil? Yes, I highly recommend that. Wad Furtuck, this Canadian loves his American neighbors. How you doing, Lord? Dave Rutan, hello, don't lump all of Canada into the idiocy of the Premier of Ontario. You correct. CR, other countries need to understand that American taxpayers don't want to pay for other countries' crap anymore, because it's been a grift. Miss Fabulous, Barry, you haven't responded to my emails yet. Also not impressed with Patriot Addicts, one after another. All I want is check out and be done. Just, well, understand you're getting something for free. And when you're getting something for free, there's something called an upsell. And I know you've seen upsells before, because you see them on Amazon. It's hey, would you try this? Would you try this? And just say no. It doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't take you any time. Come on, man. Be real. Company's trying to make some money. David Dix, thank you, Barry, and your family for reporting honest news. I love your show and how exciting what is happening to America. Thank you. Sheila, St. Patrick and Trinity of the Shamrock, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yes. Tom Novo, many thanks for your show, Barry. Thank you. You rock too. Macon Blankenship, I'm upset that Trump knife has been misdelivered. I love your content and your delivery. What does misdelivered mean? If it's been shipped to the wrong address, you're going to have to contact them. If you need me to help, just send me an email address, or send me an email rather. Demon of Cybertron, if the Department of Education cares so much about the food, then why is the food horrible like prison food? I've never heard of any kids being excited about the food. Exactly. Tara York, yes, he hit the nail on the head. I'm a union member to the historic UAW Local 600, and the unions absolutely keep underperforming employees. It sucks and gives unions a bad name. Unions need to reform before they're gone. They're afraid. I think many people who are in unions are afraid. RSNN, Richard Snyder, thank you. Jeremiah Kerr, we really do need educational vouchers in all states. Until these underperforming schools can be revitalized, these current events will absolutely allow that to happen. Beverly Litton, broken AC in schools. There wasn't AC in my schools when I was in kindergarten. See, but you used to have windows. Some of these schools now look like prisons. They don't even have windows. Few and Drummer, many colleges have to run remedial classes because high school graduates are not prepared for college work. The kids are allowed to skip through high school with their shoelaces untied. Exactly. Cliff Leibowitz, I used to get my butt beat in school for goofing off. My parents would continue it when I got home. You must have went to Catholic school like I did. Beverly Litton, the blast-off time of the space rocket was moved to 7:48 p.m. 20 minutes. I'll get you over to it. Tim Allred, if it wasn't for the Irish, you could hold an AA meeting in a phone booth. Timber Lone Wolf, Trump is Michael Jordan, the GOAT who stepped on and broke every NBA basketball player with 6 straight NBA championships. Ed Sloan, Barry, what position do you play? Center. Jennifer Seidel, it's pronounced T-Shuck. Okay. Beverly Litton, Amy Cormie Barrett laid the groundwork to facilitate this. She sure did. Barry, get a Starlink from Elon, works everywhere. Yeah, but I mean, hey, if it doesn't work, I'll just record it. I'm not going to jump over hoops just to do a live video. I mean, I want to share with y'all, but come on, just a weekend. Trumpinator, Dems are willing to do whatever it takes. We aren't. That's the problem. Beverly Litton, the Supreme Court judgment opened the gates for these traitorous judges. Agreed. Trumpinator, do not ever expect God to come save us here on earth. He never guaranteed that to us. Well said. Ryan, what's funny is Shaheen is my last name. No, I'm not related. Gene Shaheen brings much shame to my family name. Buddy Sanders, thank you. Laura Gray, tell Ashley don't be shy. We'd love to meet her. She's very shy. R. Heath, Elon said it's all volunteer. I thought some of those guys were getting paid. Buddy Sanders, 100% disabled vet, and love the new VA director, Doug Collins. Yes. Jeremiah Kerr, I sparred with a former photographer with my church. I put out a Facebook post I had to take down because pastor of my church steered me straight. Liberals, for the most part, don't care about faith. Barry, Barry, what's wrong with the government spending $390 million on some gay lettuce? Adam Electric Universe, please, anyone who hears having an influential ear, JFK Jr. must stop big pharma ads now. Unplug. Yeah, I wonder what's taking him so long on that. Joy, I don't want it to digest it. It's making me sick. Stephen Stergow, in Australia in the 70s and 80s and 60s, there was no air conditioning or heating. In the 80s, it's spring, summer temps were 30 to 35 degrees and humidity, and we survived somehow, didn't we? Helen Tower, it's so evil, it makes me sick. Lord help us. Beverly Litton again, the same thing is happening in Israel with judges against Netanyahu. The whole system is diseased. Stephen Sturgeon, I forgot to say, it was in schools, no air conditioning. Yeah, I remember that. We all had to wear a school uniform. Yeah, so you definitely went to a Catholic school. Trumpinator, these judge orders must be ignored. They have to be. Renee, if the government shuts down, what can Trump do then? What can he do to help? Not much, but there are some things that he can do. And what I mean by that, and I'm not meaning to be vague, but the essential programs remain open. The one thing he's not going to do is cave, because eventually he'd have to sign something. So that ain't going to happen. Nothing will change because Dems will always win. I hope not. Ernest Spencer, I'm going to invest in a company that makes handcuffs. Exactly. Beverly, we need someone like Homan as AG. Lupe Murillo, Alex Jones says Putin has not agreed to peace. The people will assassinate him if he accepts. Oof. Benedetta Salerno, Trump will win. He always wins. The Trump win video plays on. Yes. Can't Trump sign an executive order criminalizing doxing? I'm sure he's going to make some move. I'm sure it's going. He can't let these kids just be doxed to the entire country. Mega Mama, have fun with your family, and hopefully y'all do a show with all of you. Thank you very much. And thank you from Nancy for all that you do. Thank you guys very much. My wife's knocking on the door. She wants me to get up. I got to start getting ready. So we'll talk to you guys tomorrow sometime, probably about noon or so. I'm sure press conference is due. With everything that's happening in these orders, President Trump is probably going to have to come out and do something, at which point I will definitely cover it. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Hey, it's me again. I forgot something. Claire Butterfield I wanted to thank Claire for what she had put out. I missed her in reading it off, but Claire Butterfield, thank you very much. Also, yesterday, SV sent me somebody on Rumble who had given a super chat. I forgot to acknowledge them yesterday. Let me see here. What was the person's name? Bear with me. There's someone on Rumble. I don't see the name. Where's the name? Hold on one second. Someone on Rumble gave a super chat. Where is the name? I guess I'm going to have to do it over again tomorrow because I don't have the name. I'm looking. Where is the name? My bad. I don't have the name. SV. Sorry about that. All right, everybody. Back to the music.